Good morning. Welcome to the Jamal Thomas Morning Show. I'm sorry, just want to put one last thought down. Welcome to the Jamal Thomas Morning Show. I hope you guys are doing all right. My name is Jamal Thomas. This is indeed my show. We are going to have a damn good one for you today. I got to be honest, sometimes it is very difficult getting down to the wire when you're trying to get guests. But nevertheless, as often actually, it fell through to the betterment. We have a new guest for you today, Marwa Osman. She is from Press TV. She's going to get into the Lebanon issue, and she's going to have fantastic ideas on that. What is his name? 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 Jeff Rich is going to be here. That's not the name I was blanking on. Jeff Rich is going to be here. We're also going to have Alex Krainer. He's going to be on at 8:30, and of course, KJ No, that is the spot at 9:30. He owns that spot, just like Sarah Bills owns 9:30 on Thursday. I want to start here because I believe this sets the context for it. This channel is called Defensive Politics Asia, and I think he gives a really good breakdown of what took place yesterday. There are people who do a much better job of dealing with battlefield analysis, maps, and everything else. He's very good at it. I'm going to let him explain it because for everything else that we talk about and for everything else that happens this week, what he is saying is setting the context of it all. This is his channel. This is him giving his take. I have two spots for this. This is just the first one, and then I'm going to play the second one after.
Hello, everyone. This is Defense Politics Asia, and I think it's happening. I have, since late February, I have done an analysis and managed to come out with this estimate when the total collapse of the front line will start. And which means that the Ukrainians have lost so much manpower to the point where they lost effective defensive capability. I think we are starting to see this happening. This past day has some insane frontline changes. So this is the frontline changes report for the past 24 hours for the 11th of August for the day of 1,265. And I'll go through this. It's actually over here in the north of Pokrov front. This is Pokrov, Minohrad, and the Russians have broke through. The entire front line along this line here has total collapse. Like total collapse. The Russian forces have advanced a matter of 9 to 10 kilometers. And this is the total. This is something that I did mention in the previous report that it looks like the line has collapsed. The Russian, there's no more defenses in the rear position. The Russians could break through, and it looks like this total collapse is finally happening.
Also, add to that, just to add to that, Russia still has two militaries in reserve that it has not used. So not only is the front line collapsing, as I was explaining with Mark on the show, Kramatorsk, Slaviansk, these last defensive lines in Donbass are being flanked, if not surrounded at certain point, but it definitely flanked. This is not a recipe for success. This is a complete catastrophe. When Bakhmut fell, when Avdiivka fell, when these fortress cities that took months and months and months of going after fell, and now you have what was a lava flow, as it was called, this inexorable push to the west. That's no longer lava flow. They're breaking through. They're pressuring on so many fronts, and Ukraine has lost so many men from desertions or from just being broken and just being broken, like this guy. This dude sitting on a tank. Hundreds of thousands of amputees. Add to that hundreds of thousands of amputees, 400,000 at least, people who effectively fled to avoid being shot in the face. That's pretty extreme, right? I hope you get my point. Not only is Ukraine losing with the battlefield that it has currently, Russia hasn't even put in the forces yet. It's a coup de grace, I suppose. This is not a recipe for success. This is setting the context for everything that is happening now. Donald Trump bellyached, Donald Trump complained, oh, these are horrible people. Oh, I'm so angry at Vladimir Putin. I'm going to put sanctions. You have 50 days. You have 10 days. Okay, let's negotiate. Let's negotiate. Wake off. Go, 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 go. Give him a deal. Give him a deal. He sees that. He sees that. And to make this clear, I'm going to go to another part of the video where he gives another breakdown of this. I suppose I can stop there, but I do want to show this other part. He does a really good breakdown of the map. Check out his entire video. I'm just doing a small portion of this because it's his video. I don't want to take his limelight. But he does a great breakdown. It suits my purposes in regards to trying to explain why we are here in the moment now. Let's go back to him. And this right here. If we can get this without it spinning. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Hate it when it does that. Hate it when it does that.
A day in terms of square kilometers, then we can confirm that the Ukrainians is in total free fall. So right now, this is like the beginning of this free fall. Very, very serious situation. And this is looking like a deer. No, this is the deer's head. No, and then you have some beard, and then the eyes is here, and they have a very, very long horn. As I said, this is a very, very serious report. It's a very, very serious situation, and one should never, like talk about horns on the horn. But because this is a very, very serious situation because of the horn that has developed on the deer's head, no, you need to know. You really need to know. And it's and I mentioned a long time ago. So I know this is a Frontline Changes report, but I think I need to say a bit more because Frontline Changes report tend to have more people watching. I want to say I have mentioned many times ago in my analysis, even in the super panels, talking with history legend, really OEM, Dan Castle. I've mentioned that the Russians is unlikely to go into Sloviansk and Kramatorsk.
Now, one of the things that he points out is that this advance that started off as 5-10 kilometers eventually will be 10, 15, 20, 30, 50 kilometers a day, at which point all bets are off. All bets are off. Now, they've marshaled Azov Battalion, in order to effectively go to try to stem the line. But some of the reporting is that they're trying to hold some areas at the expense of others because, again, they have a significant manpower shortage. All right. I'm saying that, again, to set the context. Donald Trump gave a fascinating briefing the other day. Fascinating briefing. And I'm going to go through that at 8 o'clock because there are very parts of that is mind-blowing, including one of the parts where he effectively threatens Europe and Zelensky. It was not reported much. But when Donald Trump makes this argument, hey, man, if I can't get this, I'll walk. That's not a threat to Russia. As I've shown you the battlefield lines, Ukraine is losing more and more ground and losing the capability of defending itself every day. That's not a threat to Russia. That's a threat to Ukraine. That's a threat to Europe, who in no way has the capability of maintaining this particular battle. One of the reports that came out of Financial Times is that Europe is feverishly trying to increase its defensive armaments, I guess, with some idea of a war with Russia. Slaviangrad also pointed out this, and I'm going to flip to this. Basically, in a nutshell, Britain acknowledging that Trump daddy may be upset if they crash his plans for some kind of rapprochement, has effectively told other European leaders, shut up, stop complaining, stop making these statements. You are not making our lives easier. If you piss him off, daddy will leave us again. Daddy will leave. Useless comments, Britain called EU leaders to shut up and not interfere with Putin and Trump's negotiations. British authorities have called out European leaders to stop making, quote, useless comments, unquote, about the talks between Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump. This was reported in The Telegraph. It's reported that London is increasingly concerned about public statements made by figures such as Emmanuel Macron, Merz, and Kaja Kallas Very beautiful, very dumb. The British fear that making public demands to the United States president may have unpleasant consequences and lead to him excluding Europe from negotiations altogether. Now, if you remember, as I pointed out, Europe didn't quite know what Donald Trump was doing. They were effectively calling the White House saying, hey, what is the plan? What are you agreeing to? What is going on? And there was all sorts of contradictions that was built into what the Trump administration was effectively telling Europe. They were on the outs. They didn't know. Think of these colonial powers, these former masters of the universe, in the way that they used to take over other countries and colonize those countries and everything else, relegated to A, being humiliated by the US president, and B, locked out of European security when they themselves are Europe. That is fantastic. I want to go to the other one too. So this was, I'll go to this one second. What if these European leaders are freaking out because Donald Trump actually does want a deal? Now, I understand what Mark is saying. I understand what Brian Beletic are saying. I understand what some of the more cynical people are saying. And they are right in an overarching context. Like if you're talking about, is US policy going to change in relation to trying for world supremacy? No, it is not. Will US policy change in the specific cases where the US policy is getting demolished and the United States is going to be radically humiliated? Yes. Yes. It's not that it's a strategic change. It's a tactical maneuver because they have to effectively deal with chaos and a catastrophe that is effectively taking place in one of the wars that they initiated. Now, because they have to deal with that catastrophe, well, what do? Do you let it fall apart where you have an Afghanistan situation where people are hanging on to these huge airplanes and you have American bases being overrun by the Taliban with them playing around in American devices? Or do you try to stem the bleeding and say we need a settlement regardless of what that settlement is? We cannot allow this to collapse in this way. We can't allow the Russians to take all of Ukraine, even if it takes them 2 years to do so, especially if the Ukrainian military collapses and it doesn't take 2 years. If you are getting military assessments and they are on some level honest, where they're like, sir, they are going to fall. You need to do something now. Hence, the panicky, the desperation that is coming out of the Trump administration and effectively trying to get Putin to the negotiating table in order to make some deal, any deal. Initially, you had J.D. Vance saying, well, the Russians want too much. What about now? With the military assessment that I just gave you, what about now? Is it the Russians want too much now, or we need to make a deal because our situation has gotten that desperate? I think it's that. It's not that U.S. policy on the global sense has changed. I mean, they just made a deal with Azerbaijan and Armenia where they're going to have security cooperation in the southern border of Russia. The plan, the strategy hasn't changed. The issue is that on one specific part of the chessboard, they are not doing well. And this is a particular part of the chessboard where they've invested hundreds of billions of dollars, a huge amount of global attention, a huge amount of propaganda. And what does it look like when NATO, an organization that has spent the last 50 years trying to arm up against the Soviet Union, loses to a remnant of that Soviet Union in the middle of Europe? I think that what Donald Trump realizes is he needs a deal. And that whatever he offered to Putin, Sweden was sweet enough for Putin at the very least acknowledge that this was grounds for negotiations. The whole Vance, Putin wants too much is seemingly out the window. The question becomes, what is that deal? What is Putin willing to accept? As I pointed out, Jeff, I'm coming to you right now. Under normal circumstances, when leaders give their demands, they're maximalists. Putin's demands seem reasonable. By the same token, though, is he like every other leader and give demands that are maximalist, meaning there is some gray area, there is some wiggle room within the context of those demands that Donald Trump can effectively exploit in order to try to get some kind of deal to settle this for the next several years. The other question to this is Europe and Zelensky. In that press conference, where Donald Trump effectively said, I will walk, that's aimed at them. Don't screw up my deal, considering this is an outright catastrophe that can turn into an apocalyptic disaster. I want to go to my guests. We are joined with the man himself, Jeff Rich. Jeff, how you doing, my man? You doing okay this morning? Well, this evening?
I'm doing really well here in this evening in Australia, morning in America, and evening wherever you are, isn't it, Jamal, too?
Yeah, you're 2
I
hours
mean, I
away
don't
from
want to
me.
break the fourth wall, but
No, you're fine. You're
Sure.
you're fine. I always break the fourth wall. I'll be making comments about my ex-girlfriends and everything else. No, no, you're perfectly fine. I'm in Malaysia, so I'm 2 hours away from you. So I feel your pain on some
not
level.
too bad. Yeah.
In regards to these time zones. It's typically a morning show in America. At some point, I'm going back to America, in which case it's going to be a morning show again.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was fair to my audience to just to be like, okay, we're going to have it 3 a.m. It's like, dude, what the hell? So I take the burden on this one. I'm glad you could
Good
join me, man.
analysis, I think. Yeah, I
just
was
so the
listening
audience
in
know.
as you were saying that, and yeah, it seems a good
Oh,
analysis.
no, go
to
ahead,
me.
please. Finish that. I'm sorry, finish that comment. I was going to introduce
Well,
you.
I really do think Trump is in time trouble. Ukraine's in time trouble. Like it's collapsing militarily, collapsing in terms of its political authority, collapsing economically, collapsing socially. It could easily be in a situation where it's a really disorderly arrangement before too long. So if there's going to be some kind of peace process, someone needs to actually get it started pretty soon, I think. So,
Agree.
but we can go into that a little bit more after you introduce me.
Yeah, let me introduce you. Jeff Rich. I'm sorry, we have this tendency to start before we start. Jeff Rich, he's an author, historian, podcaster who worked 33 years in government. He's now retired, currently living in Melbourne, Australia. Jeff has spent a lifetime studying history and how knowledge of historical currents can help give context to changing political world. You can find Jeff on YouTube on the Burning Archive. It is a fantastic channel. Again, I say this and I mean it. I put emphasis on it because I mean it. And you can find him on Substack at jeffrich.substack.com. Language is a funny thing. Like if somebody says, how do I look in this? And it's like, yeah, you look okay. And if you ask the same question, someone says, oh my God. Okay, you're saying the same thing, but those regular things. Like the person understands that in the first case, okay, they don't like what I'm wearing. In the second case, there's more emphasis on it, so it makes it worse, even though it's the same.
Yeah.
Now, man, you have a great show. You really do.
Thank you.
So let's get into that. That to me is the most fascinating part. So there are people who are very cynical about this, and I guess I am kind of, but I also lean on this thing of, well, if you don't do anything, it is going to collapse. And it seems to be collapsing fast and faster than many people, I think, thought. Like if you're looking at the battlefield now at Konstantinovka, Zaporozhye, Kherson, Tros, like all of these places are being pushed at once, where Slaviansk and Kramatorsk almost seem to be flanked at the same time that they're going through these other maneuvers on the battlefield. This is a disaster. Like they're going to take the entirety of the Donbass within a few months, potentially. And so if you're Trump and you know that, what do? It seems that this is what you have to do, even if world primacy is still your objective. Kind of like in Syria. Okay, we'll take a break and we'll come back to this in 15 years. It's not that the agenda has changed. It's just that in a tactical sense, you failed in this moment and you need to resolve that failure in a way that is not catastrophic to your interests. Give me your take on this, because Europe doesn't seem to know this, and Zelensky doesn't seem to know this.
Yeah. Well, I think Trump's still dreaming big in terms of, making America great again and all that sort of stuff, making the empire great again. But, one thing Donald Trump does know how to do is, declare bankruptcy and protect his own assets. And I think to some degree, they're in that situation with Ukraine. The Ukraine is a bankrupt project that's failed. It's obvious that it's failed. And if he hangs around there too much longer, it's going to drag him down with them. And so, I mean, I've taken the view ever since Trump really came in and started making noises about closing the ending the war. What he wanted to do was end the war, not create a peace. And what he wanted to do was end the war in the way most favourable to America, which was avoid the humiliation of a Kabul 2.0 or Saigon 3.0, and also to get whatever loot he could out of Ukraine. That was the minerals deal, and he's tried various methods since then. But he's really in the situation now where it could be a really, 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 much worse than Kabul 2.0 situation, really. Like a really, actually quite humanitarian. I mean, Kabul 2.0 was pretty bad humanitarian-wise, but I think this could be even much worse. And, with all of European media, all of British media, ready to turn the spotlight on Trump and say, you cock this up real bad, Donald. So he wants to I think get out as quickly as he can with as much damage, and his time's running out too. Like it's only 15 months or so to the midterm elections. Yep. And prospects are probably not great for him at that time. So he's got a sense of the clock running, and the Russians must know that too. So the Russians must know that they know that the US, can't really negotiate proper agreements. They know that Trump is on borrowed time to some degree. They know that he's a pretty disorderly guy who's got a pretty divided executive. So they probably want to use this opportunity as much as they can to get something concrete and specific that America can actually deliver. So yeah, I mean, I totally feel Brian Bledek and all those guys sort of nervousness and wariness about this being a trap. And there's been a report today about a possible false flag type situation. But at the same time, there's just been a report today that Lavrov's going to be participating in the summit, which presumably means Rubio is going to be participating in the summit, which I think means that there's going to be a level of professionalism that Donald Trump's not entirely accustomed to. He won't be doing all the talking in the meeting. I think he'll probably say, okay, this is what I want to get out of it. Marco, can you take it from here?
So Rubio and Lavrov apparently spoke today.
Yeah.
Today or yesterday, it depends on the time zone that you're in. Which sounds like they are creating a context for whatever the meeting is going to be. And Donald Trump is acting as if Putin came to him. It wasn't that way. It was the other way around. He sent Witkoff over to Moscow with a deal or with some kind of thing. And the Russians, Yushkov, apparently said something to the effect of, okay, we had basically a basis by which to have a conversation. Now, they're talking in the U.S., Europe and the U.S. are talking to themselves about land swaps. Russia is being very tight-lipped. They haven't said squat. For them, it's we negotiate when we negotiate. We don't need to have this conversation openly. Rudy, Ruta, thank you, talking about has moderated his position. Now, I think part of the reason he's moderated his position is because of this article by Slavian Grad, and it's not Slavian Grad, but they put it on their site. Is this quote? It came from the Telegraph. British authorities have called on European Union to stop making, quote, useless comments, unquote, about talks between Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump. This was reported by the Telegraph. It's reported that London is increasingly concerned about the public statements made by figures such as Emmanuel Macron, Friedrich Merz, and Kaja Kallas. The British fear that making public demands to the United States president may have unpleasant consequences and lead him to excluding Europe from the negotiations altogether. Insiders from the publication note that Keir Starmer hasn't made a public comment at all. That is fascinating, right? Where they're like, Daddy may not allow us to be involved in conversations about European security, and we are Europe. That is amazing.
And but the only qualification I put on that, of course, is Britain is not part of the European Union, and
Not anymore. That's true.
and Britain, after Brexit, has been especially reliant on NATO and leaning on the US to exaggerate its Russophobia, to have any real influence in Europe, in the diplomatic game in Europe. So
Right.
in some ways, Britain could easily be the biggest loser in this this whole of the four sides on the states on the NATO side, EU, Britain, US, and Ukraine. Apart from Ukraine, but Britain would be. Could lose, its 100-year agreement with the Ukraine state. It could
Yes.
lose access to minerals. It could lose the base of all its East European intelligence operations, all its sort of, James Bond games and all this sort of stuff. So it I think, is in a particularly vulnerable position, and they probably don't want to do it. And I think there's probably there's different sort of interests in play with the European Union partners as well, because they are housing, more so than Britain, they are housing the refugees. They're on the border. They've got a lot of the social problems that are following on. They will be presented with the economic dilemma of how do they integrate Ukraine into the European economic zone somehow, when it's an absolute basket case after this war, and an extremely expensive basket case, which also is not going to work very well with some of the agricultural sort of states in Europe as well. So there's some real tensions on this side, which is why, in some ways, I think the Alaska summit is likely to focus on things, if you like, that America can actually deliver on, because at the moment it can't actually deliver on what Europe says. It can't totally deliver even on what Ukraine says, but it can deliver on its direct actions.
That it can't deliver on. Explain that part for me.
Well, I mean, Zelensky's acting up. He's acting defiantly. He's he's in a politically weak situation as well. There's a lot of rumbling going on within Ukraine itself. There's a whole corruption agency issue. There's allegations about his personal corruption, and there's allegedly a tape of him, talking about laundering huge amounts of money. So, probably should be careful legally here. But so he's in a really, really sort of, I guess, vulnerable situation. And but Trump is going to be forcing a choice on him in terms of these, land swaps, which I interpret as they're not actually agreements about territory. I think they're just agreements about troop movements. So I think Trump's just, sort of used a general term to sort of describe that. But I suspect what they're really talking about is, Ukraine moves out of the 4 oblasts that have been constitutionally included into Russia.
Right.
And potentially Russia moves out of Sumy and Kharkiv oblasts, where they have, small slivers of troops, or some sort of compromise in between. And, there's been speculation in some of the Ukrainian and other European media during the last, 48 hours about these various deals and what people are talking about, whether, this is about the front line, or the 4 oblasts, or 2 oblasts, and Kherson and Zaporozhye sort of are on the front line. But the Russian foreign ministry I just saw a report just in the last half hour or so, has said that it will not be removing its troops from Zaporozhye and Kherson. So,
right. Those are part of the Russian constitution.
I mean, they're going to take the view that it's part of Russia now. I mean, they've got a Russian governor and all this sort of stuff, all the legal structures. So rather than thinking of them as sort of land swaps, if you think of them as just troop withdrawals to enable a negotiation around the final settlement in terms of territorial, agreements, then I think that process is going to take months, years even, but potentially there's an initial agreement to at least do the troop withdrawals. But I guess the Russians will have to say to America, okay, well, let's say they say, okay, we'll pull our troops back out of Sumy and Kharkiv because, they're not part of Russia, so we've got no business being there. We only went in there because, you invaded Kursk Oblast. But you've got to show your bona fides, I guess, your good faith to, prove to us that this is not going to be a deception. This is not going to be a con. So, get the Ukrainians either to pull out or you do something that's directly within your control that will have the same effect, i.e. withdraw intelligence support, withdraw your mercenaries and operatives, whatever, all those kind of things. So if I suspect that's going to be the nature of the, land swap sort of discussion. It's more about a troop withdrawal to enable a ceasefire. It may not even, and presumably it will take some time to organise how exactly you do that, all that kind of stuff. But I think that's what we're going to see. And then I guess the flow on from that is there's also a lot of talk in the Ukrainian press that if more the Ukrainian dissident press, if I could use that term, that if Zelensky pulls out, let's say, of Donetsk and Lugansk, then that is going to create a political problem for him internally in Ukraine. I mean, it's a kind of de facto admission of defeat because since 2014, that's what it's all been about. The Slavyansk was the heartland, if you like, of the sort of resistance back in 2014. Resistance isn't quite the right term, but the rebellion against the sort of neo-Nazi regime in Ukraine, so he's either going to have to do what Trump says, or risk losing a lot of this, intelligence support, or even potentially, as you say, get removed. Yeah.
I agree with you on the Zelensky thing. That on some level that explains his motivation, right?
Yeah.
It's like every Ukrainian that I feed to the Russian wood chippers, one more hour of life that I get to breathe.
Yeah.
And Donald Trump coming in with some kind of deal is effectively either I'm fleeing, I am dying, I'm going to be deposed politically and put into a prison cage when a reckoning takes place. So yeah, I get that angle. One thing, control of Zelensky. You make a point, and you make a good point. After going through Minsk 1, 2 Istanbul agreements, after watching Trump blow off the JCPOA, blow off the INF treaties, after watching him lie to Iran's face and then attack Iran after the fact, the U.S. has no trust, meaning there's no trust left on anybody around the world stage in the United States. Russia is not going to accept, meaning they're going to be like, show me first. They're not going to accept this notion of, okay, we'll take your word for it, like they did with Merkel, where Putin takes Merkel's word for it, they pull back, and Ukraine builds up this massive military with Merkel saying we effectively lied. I don't see that happening this time around. I would imagine there's a huge amount of cynicism built into the Kremlin at this point. And one last point. they don't want you to get you to respond on. So I agree that Zelensky is very loud. But I think Zelensky is very loud because he thinks that media and political leaders in Europe would effectively back him in keeping the war going to keep him effectively alive or keep him making money off of European and American leaders. So Trump came out and said this in the press conference the other day. And I think this is directly aimed at exactly what you are saying.
Yeah.
When you're talking about this. This is, okay, right here, perfect. I'm going to flip over to this. I'm going to get your take on this. And here, and here.
Parameters. Now, I may leave and say, good luck, and that'll be the end. I may say this is not going to be settled. I mean, there are those that believe that Putin wanted all of Ukraine. I happen to be one of them, by the way. I think if it weren't for me, he would not be even talking to anybody else right now. But I'm going to meet with him. We're going to see what the parameters are. I'm then going to call up President Zelensky and the European leaders right after the meeting, yeah. And I'm going to tell them what kind of a deal. I'm not going to make a deal. It's not up to me to make a deal. I think a deal should be made for both. I think Russia has to get back into building their country. It's a massive country. I think they have 11 time zones, if you can believe it. It's a massive, it's by far, from the standpoint of land, it's by far the largest. They have tremendous potential in Russia to do well. They're not doing well. Their economy is not doing well right now because it's been very well disturbed by this. It doesn't help when the president of the United States tells their largest or second largest oil buyer that we're putting a 50% tariff on.
Okay, Trump is going into a lot of just mendaciousness at this point. But the one thing that he does point out, though, is, look, it's not up for me to make a deal. And ultimately, he threatens to walk. Like in that press conference, he said it, like, look, if I can't make a deal, fair enough. I can always leave. I can always walk. That's not targeted at the Russians. That's targeted at the Europeans and Zelensky, who know that they can't necessarily support the war without the United States being part of the war.
Yeah.
And by the way, one last point, Vance said something similar. Vance was like, we can't keep buying weapons. We can't keep supporting these guys. If Europe wants to buy weapons from us, they can do so, and they can do this on their own. With the caveat being, we don't have the weapons to sell, not for several years before they are manufactured.
You see, I mean, it's interesting when people talk about negotiations, like you were talking about maximalist demands and you know, there's the art of the deal stuff and all that kind of thing. But, you know, like as a former government official, you get trained a lot in negotiation skills because half your life is spent negotiating with, you know, people who don't like you very much. And a little bit of a whinge there as an ex-bureaucrat. But, you know, the standard methodology for really skillful negotiation was developed in, you know, these people in Harvard in the sort of 70s and 80s, the whole getting to yes kind of thing. And one of the things they always recommend you have is a BATNA, which is a best alternative to negotiated agreement, which is basically your walkout clause. Now, so Trump is basically saying, yeah, of course I've got a you know, best alternative to negotiated agreement. It's no skin off my nose if Europe gets, you know, stuck with this problem. It's no skin off my nose, basically, if Ukraine folds. They've had a good go at it. We've given them everything. I gave them the javelins, you know. I even sort of talked tough to Modi to try to force Putin to the summit, all this sort of stuff. But in the end, he can. I mean, he can withdraw, I guess, from the war. But I think from a Russian point of view, if he withdraws from the war, that's fine by Russia,
that's my
really,
point.
Isn't it? Exactly.
That's my point, right? Like, that's purely towards.
I think that's the. If I were them, that would be my objective, which is to say, withdraw or at least mitigate America's involvement in the war. And then you've got a house of cards in Ukraine. lot of wind, making it very unstable, and Europe, who especially if US plays really hard ball with NATO command and everything like that, have very little they can do militarily, and an enormous problem and a debt and a kind of political moral debt to Zelensky as well. And I think that's partly also what Europe's also doing to some degree is, hanging on to the dead man, to prove to him that, they were loyal to the last minute, unlike those scummy Americans. So
But they have to know that it is collapsing. That's the part that gets.
Of course they know. Of course they know. But
the ship is sinking.
The ship's sinking, but it's sinking on their real estate. So the shipwreck will be, on their real estate. It's not American real estate. It's they've got a rusty old car in the front of their car, and at some point they'll get around to fixing it up, but they're not gonna.
I see. So you're saying that they want Ukraine to know that we were with you to the very end.
We were with you to the very end.
Goes to the very end. Don't be mad at us.
Don't be mad at us. Yeah, we weren't the one who stabbed you in the back. And, that's also going to be a social issue. These extremists are already developing the sort of stab in the back kind of theories. There's going to be a lot of this sort of social tension, I guess. So I think they really, I don't think it's a great strategy, but also Europe's not in a great position really either. So they're sort of saying, we know this is going down. We won't carry any of the. We want, and we know Trump's trying to get out without any blame being attached to him. We're not going to let him get away with it, kind of thing.
Wow.
In a political sense, but then when I look at this also as like ex-government official, beyond all the spinning and how it's perceived and playing to the base and everything like that, you've just got a absolutely enormous problem here of a war that is absolutely collapsing, and everyone really does need to find a way to shut it down. But it's really, really difficult to actually find that route. So I think there's going to have to be some, clever thinking about process and timelines, if you like. And so, maybe some sort of agreement to a ceasefire, even if there's an expectation that it might not be implemented immediately, which will only increase the pressure on Ukraine because, as the Defence Politics Asia guy was saying, this is really, it's really getting desperate on the front line. Mm-hmm. But then with the expectation that there'll be a process that will potentially take years, I think, really, in terms of the broader conflict resolution around actually what the Ukrainian state is, because, at this point, there's not actually a functional, legitimate government in Ukraine. So before anyone can really negotiate with Ukraine, that functional, legitimate government is going to have to be constituted in some way. Yeah. There's already people within the Ukrainian Rada talking about, wanting to see changes. And so, we could see a sort of I could even imagine people wanting to put together some sort of like a government of national unity, which is like a caretaker government that would restore civil rights, restore political parties, blah, 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 blah. And then in, 12 months, 24 months, then would hold an election. But you can't hold an election. There's no way you could hold a valid election in Ukraine now. It's not like Australia or America. There are no legal political opposition. Journalists are put on kill lists. People are in jail for disagreements. So it's gonna take some time to do that, and surely the Russians know that. Surely the Russians have reasonable, human intelligence about the internal state of Ukraine. Even just like, you don't even need special skills. You just need to read the Ukrainian media like I do here in Melbourne, and it's obvious that things are in a really parlous sort of way. So,
Wow, that's a toughie. I mean,
yeah, it's
even-
not. I mean, it's not going to be easy to sort of solve this in a practical way. So I think people should have pretty low expectations of the summit. I mean, there'll be hoopla about it, and there'll be more hoopla, I think, coming from the Americans than from the Russians. But
yeah.
I think the actual practical agreements will be pretty small and pretty sort of process oriented.
Well, Trump said, "I'm going to feel them out," which made me think, okay, feeling somebody out is not really an agreement or a deal. That's just kind of getting what is possible in regards to some kind of outcome, which is a little weird to me. I wouldn't think that Putin would go into a negotiation if the context of the negotiation hadn't already been set. And so it's like, are you really going in blind in a sense? I mean, you're dealing with a wild card with Donald Trump. Looks like you would want to know what you guys are talking about.
That's why I also think it's significant that Rubio and Lavrov are participating in the summit. I mean, when I watch Donald Trump, he looks to me like a bluffer. Lots of people are saying this, that he's like, you just listen to him, he's sort of randomly sort of throwing in pieces of information that he's picked up in a briefing and sort of trying to sound credible and like he's making all the calls on all the big issues. Gee, there's 11 time zones in Russia. That was interesting when they told me that. Like, gee, I learned that at school, Donald, but anyhow.
It's also random stats that are wrong. Like he was like, 80% of the people want the war to end or something like that. And it's like, dude, it's 69. I saw the same Gallup poll, it's 69. It's like those are just random things.
So I see Trump as sort of loosely presiding over a divided government, which have different factions and different interests and all that kind of stuff, and but wanting to always be the showman who sort of brings the house down, kind of thing. Is the lead act always. But I suspect Rubio is actually playing quite a significant role behind the scenes. I might be totally wrong about that. It might be better to say, I think a good case scenario is Rubio is acting reasonably professionally with the State Department people, and that maybe they're starting to operate some functional diplomacy, at least to get some agreement. I'm not 100% confident about that because I've seen the names of some of the guy who was supposedly in charge of the Russian negotiations is
Keith Kellogg, or
no. Well, there's sort of a guy called Michael Anton who's the kind of the point person, the key official kind of thing. And Michael Anton is a kind of a conservative writer at the Claremont Institute. He's a former chef and used to write about men's fashion. And, he sort of does interesting talks about Machiavelli and Leo Strauss and exactly what he knows about conducting professional diplomacy. I have no idea, but
if I'm not mistaken, he used to work for the Bush administration at one point.
I think that's right, and he certainly worked in the first Trump administration. He wrote an essay like Flight 67, or it was about America being like a pilotless plane, sort of going towards disaster. What do you do, kind of thing. So he's a clever man, but he's not a professional diplomat, and his counterparts on the other side are. And there are real skills to negotiating these complex agreements, of understanding the context of working out, well, how exactly do we manage a ceasefire?
Yeah. Do you think that Putin demands are maximalists? And just to explain what I mean by that, I don't think they are in the way that they sound. Even though, how can I say this? I suspect that they have said the same thing for the last 3 years. And when it came down to the ceasefire, their thing was like, look, if you leave these areas, if you stop sharing intelligence, stop building up your military, stop drafting and press ganging grandpas and grandmas and handicapped people into your military and picking up the piece of delivery guy, we will also stop. Meaning we were willing to have a ceasefire, provided that you're not building up a massive military while we have the ceasefire, and we're willing to engage in talks in this context. Okay, to me, that's rational, right? The notion that I'm going to talk to you while you're building up a gang of lunatics is insane, right? So that's their thing. That's what we want. We are not going to have Minsk 3. This is going to be something else. From standpoint of the overall settlement, no expansion of NATO, no again, limits on the size of the Ukrainian military. These are our oblasts, plus Crimea, with the notion that if we keep going, we will take Sumy, we will take Kharkov, we will take et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now, is there wiggle room in that for Putin to give something that the public would accept, considering? Because one of the things that Reuters pointed out was Russia can't stop the war right now. Like, meaning the public would not accept it, the military would not accept it, and they were not going to accept this notion of investing 100,000 human beings with something that looks like they don't get what they deserve out of a win in this case. Especially if they're not going to take something that makes it look like the United States won or they drew. It's a win, and it needs to be displayed as such for the public. Speaking in, what do you call it, the possibility of the yes, or how to get to yes, is there something that he can credibly give away in the context of still saying, look, this is a win, this is a clear win, while also being able to give something to Trump to save face, where they can walk out saying, all right, we got a deal. This may last for 10 years, this may last for 5, but damn it, we got a deal. Like, is there something that Putin could give in this context that makes this work?
Well, I mean, I guess the question I always encourage you to ask in negotiations is, what is the other party's needs? So, don't just think about what you want, think about what the other party's needs are, and then work out, creative ways in which you can generate options to do that. And to me, I think to some degree, thinking about a longer term process for sort of reconstituting Ukraine post-conflict creates a whole lot of options. Okay, so let's say the baseline is the 4 regions that have already been constitutionally voted into Russia are the 4 regions. Russia could also say, look, yeah, we would like you ultimately to accept these, international borders and all that sort of stuff, but you don't have to do it immediately. Let's do it at the end of a process of reconstituting Ukraine, which has got to be, government of national unity and peace process and elections at some point. But I've always wondered whether, if you like, the military, people have talked about going to Odessa and all that sort of stuff, and I think there'd be a lot of reasons why Russia would want to have Odessa, but they wouldn't want to have Odessa if it's just a ruin,
right?
And why would there not be a process of referendums in all the different oblasts of Ukraine at some point to say, do you want to choose? Do you want to live? Do you want this region to be in Russia, in old Ukraine, or in some kind of new Ukraine? And I guess places like who knows what would happen in places like Kharkiv and Sumy. I mean, I think traditionally they were more Russian than they are now, but reportedly places like Odessa, Petrovsk and stuff like that may well just, vote to be part of Russia.
Right.
And if Ukraine goes into a complete meltdown, which is, what I'd say is like a 50% scenario, probability scenario, because, once the martial laws is lifted, once the open air prison is no longer locked, people are going to get the hell out of there. A lot of people, if they can, will want to get out of there. So the sort of composition of the remaining place will be difficult. The elites are, deeply, deeply corrupt and abusive towards people. So, there's getting exploited by one oligarch rather than another oligarch is not all that wonderful. Why don't we go to Russia to live in a decent society, kind of thing? So you could imagine a process that might occur over a period of time where, through a process that's acknowledged kind of through national self-determination type, processes, there's a devised solution to sort of integrate the various parts of Ukraine into the state that they actually want to be in. And given the international coalition backing Russia now, with India playing a key role now, Jaishankar's going to Moscow next week, I think, and the National Security Advisor was there last week. Modi and Putin have spoken in the last couple of days. Shanghai Cooperation Organization is coming together. You could also see a quite cohesive international alliance around that, and saying, well, the West, you've totally stuffed this country. Why don't you just get the hell out for a while? But you should pay a few reparations, and let's design some processes with a great democracy like India, for example, to establish more genuine, multi. I'm going to say multicultural, but like acceptance of the different ethnic, linguistic, cultural, historical elements of Ukraine into some more genuine federation, even if it means Ukraine becomes, more than one state. Alexei Arestovich has talked about, a significant part going to Russia, the sort of central part being a kind of a neutral Ukraine, and then the sort of, old Galicia sort of area being a separate sort of state to keep the more radical elements happy.
Jeff,
or at least pinned up.
Near utopian. That's too much like right. That is far too much like right. States don't typically vote to decapitate themselves. Like if you ask the U.S., "Hey, would you like to break up?" The U.S. would never allow that question.
No, but the Soviet Union broke up. I mean,
they did, but they didn't want to.
But Ukraine doesn't want to either. Yeah.
Exactly.
But ultimately, I mean, they do. I mean, there was partition, like Pakistan after Pakistan and India was partition, but then Pakistan used to be West Pakistan and East Pakistan until 1971, when Bangladesh liberation war led to a separate state of Bangladesh. So, these things do. There was South Sudan formed out of Sudan not so long ago. So these sort of things do happen from time to time.
On this one, because utopian. I didn't mean it poorly. I just meant it like that sounds too much like right.
Well, it'll be a good outcome. Right. There are many worse outcomes that could happen. And perhaps more likely. But I mean, I could imagine that you could construct a process to go that way, but whether America and Europe would accept it is another question.
And how do you do that without destroying the government in and of itself? like, it's one thing if Russia goes to Kiev and they smash the state and they recobbled the state together. Okay, that's one thing. I get that, because at that point
Yeah.
you're reconstituting something that says, okay, we have a unity government, and you have the Russians who are ensuring that the unity government operates, etc. That's a little weird, but I can kind of see that. Zelensky is losing his mind. And short of Donald Trump telling a CIA agent, take him out. But then it's like, okay, but whoever follows him is just as much of a lunatic. Zelensky is not any better. The other woman that was in parliament, she's not any better. And Andrei Telizhenko, he's one of my, he's a Ukrainian whistleblower that comes on the show. He pointed out, he's like, look, any of these people that you effectively get are just as bad on some level as Zelensky. Unless you find somebody who's more malleable, but again, that person is more malleable to the United States or to some kind of oligarch. Like it's almost like you have to pull this stuff out root and branch, as Mark would say, and do something new. Like, meaning, how do you get that unity government? I don't know how you do it.
Yeah, and look, the initial form of it is not going to be great. I mean, it will presumably be Zelensky's party and Tymoshenko, and I mean, I don't know all the different factions all that well, but presumably there's like a transitional government type situation. But I mean, the thing is, the Ukrainian state is effectively demolished now. I mean, it's deeply corrupt. There's this this Mindich apartment scandal where allegedly there's a tape of Volodymyr Zelensky talking about some curious activities he was engaged in, which I won't say more about for legal reasons. But you may have information about, related in the apartment of the guy who I think owned the production company. This guy called, I think it's Timur Mindich, who's known as Zelensky's wallet.
Wait, say that again. I didn't hear that one. There were two scandals that I knew about. I knew about the one where they said it was $5 billion in cryptocurrency that Zelensky was trying to use a bank in France.
For a bank,
yeah. Then there's the other one that I was going to cover on the show where they were talking about putting in his inner circle, putting in 10 million euros a week to a bank in the UAE, giving it to various people who are in Ukraine, which is what Nabu and Sapo found when Zelensky flipped out about it. What is this one? I hadn't heard this one. I have to look.
Well, the story is, and I think certainly the sort of laundering money for a European bank, which apparently there's also some German police might have information on as well, relates to the corruption scandal, because closing the corruption agencies, because one theory was Zelensky had found out that a recording had been made of him and various other people in the Ukrainian regime talking about some of their activities. I hope viewers don't mind, I'll talk a little bit vaguely about this. Talking about some of their activities in this apartment of this, let's call him an oligarch, Mindich, Zelensky's wallet. And that was one of the issues that led to the sort of crackdown on the Nabu and Sapu, the corruption agencies. So, and that is, and there's some politicians in Ukraine who allegedly, reportedly, all those caveats, etc., selectively releasing this kind of thing. They're not talking about the Epstein tapes in Ukraine. They're talking about the Mindich apartment tapes, and but yeah, I mean, more. So there's all that corruption. There's just the demoralisation of the public. There's the catastrophic impact on the society of loss of so many people in the war, and also through refugee flight. And They've got a huge trade deficit, the prospective currency crisis. They totally dependent on foreign aid to actually pay their pensions, and they may not even be able to do that. So that they, I mean, Donald Trump is correct to consider it a failed project that you need to declare bankruptcy on. So I mean, at some point, the international community, to use that sort of phrase, is going to have to kind of devise some sort of post-bankruptcy sort of solution for the Ukrainian state. And the worst case scenario, which is also what Alexei Arestovich talks about, is there'll just be a kind of low-grade civil war for several years.
Wait, so they locked in civil war for several years?
Yeah,
They were already in civil war.
Well, yeah, but it will take some sort of different form. Maybe they'll. I don't entirely know exactly how, but and he sees this as being related to sort of historical characteristics of Ukraine, and it's sort of. He says there's still oligarchs and Cossacks and peasants in Ukraine, and no one's really in between, and it creates a very unstable sort of social structure. But it's I don't know if that's a fair judgment, but the fact is it's a failed state now. It's a failed state now.
You have about 15 more minutes, because I want to get into that. This is a conversation that I had with Sarah, where she was reading Clash of Civilizations, and her and I got back and forth on this notion of, like, I don't think it's true. I think that fundamentally what you end up with is, if you leave countries to their own devices, those countries will grow, develop, etc., especially when you add in things like technology and abundance and modernity. I think left to their own devices, I don't think people want to pick up a gun and shoot somebody in the face or be shot in the face.
No.
Especially if your needs are being met. Like, meaning, okay, I may not like that guy. That guy, I don't like the way that guy talks. I don't like the way that guy prays. I don't like the fact that the woman is in a burqa or whatever.
Yeah.
However, do I want to do anything about it if my needs are met? No. Usually it doesn't run that deep. There are some people that are hardcore racists, but those people are going to be few and far between in the context of society, as opposed to the larger people. I just want to get my hamburger. Just want to feed my kids. I just want to go to work. I just want to have sex with my wife, girlfriend, mistress, whatever. I get the sense that even in the context of countries, if you think of all of the wars that we have today, those things are pushed. The Ukrainian project, if it hadn't been pushed with CIA, MI6, all of these other people seeding divisions in the country, it would have never blown up. Same thing with, you could pick any random country, Syria wouldn't have blown up. It seems like the norm is that there's an enzyme that is called geopolitical interest of, let's say, an empire that is aggravating and agitating these things. And what you're seeing is an explosion based on the agitation, as opposed to leaving them to their own devices, in which case they will strive towards independence and freedom, because that's just kind of the way people are. Give me your take on that. Am I too Pollyannish? Is this me being utopian?
No, look, I agree with you. And I don't really like the Huntington civilization kind of model, because I tend to agree with you that these things are not fixed states. They're sort of processes, and people can sort of shape and develop in different opportunity. Like people used to say, like the British used to say, the Hindus were hopeless and pathetic, and there's so many examples of that around the world. We all know about it, and people, I think, are perhaps doing that. And Ukraine has had bad luck, I guess. But it sort of suffered the sort of post-Soviet crisis in the same way as Russia did, and without a whole lot of help from America, except the help that it America offered was really, to send it down the primrose path, as John Mearsheimer says, which was no help at all, and has actually been, has fueled this nationalist independence sort of ideology, this Russian hatred, this which is in a way distorts the actual cultural historical traditions of Ukraine, and it's been a very oligarchical society. Compared to Russia, it never had its sort of 1999 2000 moment. It never sort of got back on its feet and decided to resist the oligarchs and manage its processes well. It just got seduced by this sort of, let's do a deal with America and the EU and then we'll all be rich. And it's just been tragic. But you have to feel for the people. I mean, I just feel so bad for the people of Ukraine that, this absurd imperial project to just, dominate the world has basically destroyed this country in the most and destroyed real people's lives in very real tangible way. It's not just geopolitics, it's all sorts of things, like some of the images you were showing before, and it's just so sad. But if any of us were in Ukraine now, I mean, what choice would we make? Would we want to say, okay, I'm gonna work hard for the institutions and try to rebuild Ukraine to get it back on its feet in the next, 80 years and rebuild its political institutions, or, let me just move to Germany
Russia.
or Russia and just lead a simple life and forget all this horror that's been happening for the last 10 to 20 years,
No, Jeff, I agree with you, man. I on the station, I used to say this is a catastrophe. Most of the people who they voted for Zelensky because they wanted a peace candidate. That's not what they got. That's not what they got.
Yep.
Jeff, I have appreciated this conversation. It's like I always appreciated these conversations. I always learn something from you in these convos. Thank you for this. I really do. Especially coming from a governmental point of view where you have to deal with diplomacy as opposed to being a YouTuber and an analyst where you're just screaming in the void.
I mean, it's fun being a YouTuber, but ultimately governments actually have to do something.
right. It's like we used to have responsibilities. Now you can just be like, complain. Joe Biden, one time when we were at the Joe Biden Putin summit, I was covering it for the network, and the woman was like screaming at Joe Biden, like, "Did you give it to Putin? Did you, etc." And Joe Biden, exasperated, angry, yells at her, "You don't understand." And what he was trying to tell that woman is like, I have responsibilities, right?
Yeah.
Like I have to make sure that we don't end up in a war. We lost communication. We had no communication with them. And you're screaming at me as if, like some kind of mythical zero-sum thing, as opposed to I'm functioning within the context of a space that somebody is pushing back on me as I'm functioning in.
Yeah.
You don't have to do that. You're just screaming in the void.
Yeah.
Jeff Rich.
Exactly.
Jeff Rich is an author, historian, podcaster who worked 33 years in government, now retired. He currently lives in Melbourne, Australia. Jeff has spent a lifetime studying history and with knowledge of historical currents can help give context to our political environment. You can find Jeff on YouTube at The Burning Archive. Again, a damn good show. And you can find him on Substack at jeffrich.substack.com. Jeff, thank you for this, man. You be safe, okay? Have a good
Thanks,
night.
Jamal. Have a great rest of the show.
Thank you. Bye-bye. All right. And let me fix that. Jeff has a damn good channel. I emphasize that because I really enjoy his channel. He has a lot of like historical content, interviews with people who are giving context of history and everything else. Chinese Revolution. What is the author's name? I can't get the author's name. It's a really good channel. It's a really good channel. There are a few people who I say that about. DD Geopolitics is one. The Cradle is another one that are really good in regards to putting out news stories. Each have their benefits that help inform my opinion, or at the very least give the basis of a conversation or the basis of something to look up. But Jeff's channel is just entertaining and he's damn good at it. At least it's my taste. But I like stuff like that. The Great War, World War II on YouTube that goes day by day by day into the war thing. Oh, that is so fantastic. Carl Jha, his channel, where he goes these moments of Chinese history. Not to mention Carl Jha's just funny in general. No, these people, I deeply appreciate them, and I thank them for their work. All right, we have 15 minutes. Alex Krainer is going to join us at 8:30. I went along with Jeff, and so I'm going to have to blitz through this. Donald Trump gave a press conference, and I am astonished with the level of mendacity, but also beyond the mendacity, what you learn from Trump in this press conference. It's not what he says. It is what he says, but it's not what he says. And God, language is weird. It's not the context of what he's talking about, or it's not the content of what he's talking about. It's the context. It's why he's saying it. It's almost like the meta narrative that's taking place, which gives you some kind of idea in regards to what is in his mind. And that is the thing that I am fascinated about in this moment. I'm going to play a few of these clips, and I'm going to give quick commentary, and I will cut this as an independent video. But let's go to the first clip. This is Donald Trump effectively saying, look, I'm going to try to get a deal. If I can't get a deal, I'm going to talk to the Europeans. I'm going to talk to Zelensky. But I can walk if I can't get what I want.
Is coming to our country as opposed to us going to his country or even a third party place. But I think we'll have constructive conversations. Then after that meeting, immediately, maybe as I'm flying out, maybe as I'm leaving the room, I'll be calling the European leaders who I get along with very well. And, I have a great relationship, I think, with all of them. And I get along with Zelensky, but, I disagree with what he's done. Very, very severely disagree. This is a war that should have never happened, wouldn't have happened. But I'll be speaking to Zelensky. The next meeting will be with Zelensky and Putin, or Zelensky and Putin and me. I'll be there if they need, but I want to have a meeting set up between the two leaders. I was a little bothered by the fact that Zelensky was saying, well, I have to get constitutional approval. I mean, he's got approval to go into war and kill everybody, but he needs approval to do a land swap because there'll be some land swapping going on. I know that through Russia and through conversations with everybody to the good, for the good of Ukraine. Good stuff, not bad stuff. Also, some bad stuff for both. So there's good and there's bad. But it's very complex because you have lines that are very uneven. And there'll be some swapping. There'll be some changes in land. And the word that they will use is, they make changes. We're going to change the lines, the battle lines. Russia's occupied a big portion of Ukraine. They've occupied some very prime territory. We're going to try and get some of that territory back for Ukraine. But they've taken some very prime territory. They've taken largely ocean, in real estate, we call it oceanfront property. That's always.
All right. In this clip, Donald Trump is effectively going with this idea of, hey, I'm going to have a conversation with Zelensky. I'm going to have a conversation with everybody. And we are going to try to make some kind of deal. We're going to have land swaps. My question will be, has that been talked about in advance? Has been talked about in advance? Has that been something that when Witkoff went over into Moscow in order to kind of make the deal to come to some kind of agreement in regards to having conversation, was the context set in advance where Donald Trump on some level made an offer in regards to, okay, this is what we can do to end it. And Putin was like, okay, this is a basis for us to have a conversation. Or is this something they just came up with? Like I pointed out, Ushakov's statement wasn't entirely clear. It wasn't clear if he meant, well, they agreed upon the context by which to sit down, or if it was they made an offer to potentially end the conflict, or in ways that they can have a conversation about, at the very least, ending this event right now. I don't know which. Donald Trump keeps saying land swaps. He pointed out, I spoke to the Russian side. I spoke to the Ukrainian side. Okay, if you spoke to the Russian side, did the Russian side on some level agree to something that you can have this conversation on in order to try to come up with something that's livable for the Russian side? Zelensky is a different animal. Zelensky's a different animal. Now, I think it is farcical, this belief, when Zelensky comes out and says, I'm not going to do this, I'm not going to do that, that he's going to balk, that he's not going to accept it. Like, you immediately get Zelensky coming up saying he's not going to accept the terms of any deal. He's not going to leave the Donbass. I don't know if he knows this, but he is going to leave the Donbass, either willingly with his troops picking up their gear and walking out, or with one corpse after the next, dragging their wounded. It is one or the other. Obviously, Donbass is in a position of a collapse as we speak right now. He's not going to get an option. So if Trump knows that, and you can imagine that it's not necessarily something he wants to happen on his watch, that is the context to this conversation. That is the context of him trying to get Putin to have a conversation, to at the very least bring this level of the hostilities down. It doesn't mean that the entirety of America's strategic plan of taking over the world, that's still there. But obviously, if you're the president of the United States, you want this notion of primacy. You also have this capability of cutting bait when it's not working on your behalf. These talks are because of that. When he is saying, I'm talking to all of these people, they're obviously aware of what is taking place on the ground and the disaster of what's taking place on the ground. I want to go to this other part that, again, well, let me go to 152.16 first. 152.16. All right. If I got this right, this is Trump talking about he could potentially walk. Now, he did say that in the course of this conversation. I'll start here. He did say that over the course of this conversation, and that is entirely aimed at the Europeans and Zelensky. It does not hurt the Russians one iota if he walks. And not just not hurt, they would prefer that he just walk. Cutting bait. I'm sick of this. I'm tired of this. I'm done. I'm out. You guys are horrible people. My name is Donald Trump. I'm leaving. Come to my golf course. That's what they would prefer. But up to this point, that has not necessarily been what has taken place, because Donald Trump, regardless of what he says, doesn't want people screaming at him that he is the reason that Ukraine lost. He is the reason. He gave up the ghost. He abandoned Ukraine. He was the reason that the war was lost. Now, obviously, that's nonsense. By the same token, Donald Trump, with a fickle ego, doesn't necessarily want that thrown his direction. This is what he says at this mark in the interview.
Other than one small area, Odessa, it's a small area. There's just a little bit of water left. So I'm going to go and see the parameters. Now, I may leave and say, good luck, and that'll be the end. I may say this is not going to be settled. I mean, there are those that believe that Putin wanted all of Ukraine. I happen to be one of them, by the way. I think if it weren't for me, he would not be even talking to anybody else right now.
Now, I could leave. You guys are horrible people. A deal can't be made. I don't think Putin would even be talking to anybody else because I'm Donald Trump and I'm fantastic. Look at my tie. But if this doesn't work, I can just call it a day. I can call it quits. I can just walk. That is not aimed at the Russians. I'm trying to make the point clear. For all of this talk about Europeans and Zelensky doing everything in their power to sabotage it, who do you think he is talking to when he is saying, I can walk? Russia doesn't care. Zelensky and Europe cares because they can't carry the burden on their own. And that is a threat that is being leveled at the Europeans and a threat that is being leveled at Zelensky. If you push me, if you're not willing to make a deal, whatever that deal is, that I agree with the Russians, I will walk. I will walk. You can carry and hold this bag on your own. Whatever deal you come up with, have at it. You can continue to fight each other. You can continue to shoot each other in the face. I'm out. And considering it's the Russians that are on the move, moved 10 kilometers, with the notion that the collapse is effectively taking place as we speak, that does not bode well for the Europeans, nor does it bode well for the Ukrainian military or Ukraine as a political entity itself. That is Trump leveling a threat at the Europeans and at Zelensky. The other one, and maybe this will be the last one before what's his name comes on. I gave him javelins, 153. This one is fascinating to me for a larger context that I haven't really heard anybody talk about up to this point. Regardless of what Trump says, and regardless of the way Trump presents himself, he is deeply insecure. Now, part of that insecurity came because years were spent creating this psychological operation of Russiagate. In one of my other videos, I pointed out that Russiagate being, let's say, undercut by Tulsi Gabbard, gave him political room in order to move in a particular direction, especially on this one, in order to try to make a deal. The Democratic Party effectively ceded this idea that the Russians put Trump in office as if he was some Manchurian candidate. So any and everything that he did effectively was looked at through that lens of, well, he's obviously doing that to help the Russians. He's obviously doing that to help the Russians. He's sensitive to that. Even if he doesn't necessarily want to admit that he is sensitive to it, he brings it up too much to not be. At this point, he is trying to justify the negotiations with Russia. He's trying to justify it. You don't need to justify ending the war, but he feels needs to because of everything that was effectively seeded into the public consciousness on this issue. And so when he is making this argument, well, I gave him javelins, that is him effectively saying, look, I am not a weakling on Russia. I'm not being had. I'm not being taken advantage of. Putin is not my master. He's not my daddy. I was able to do this. I was willing to do this. I was fighting the Russians every bit as much as everybody else. So when I'm making this deal, I'm not making the deal because I'm weak. I'm making the deal because I'm trying to end the war. And you can prove that because I gave him javelins. It's an interesting psychological dynamic that's taking place. It's not the content of what he's saying. It's the meta around the content of what he's saying that I find it interesting.
By far the largest. They have tremendous potential in Russia to do well. They're not doing well. Their economy is not doing well right now because it's been very well disturbed by this. It doesn't help when the president of the United States tells their largest or second largest oil buyer that we're putting a 50% tariff on you if you buy oil from Russia. That was a big blow. And then they say, gee, he wasn't so tough. Nobody else would have done that. And I haven't stopped there. I mean, look, I was all set to do things far bigger than that, but I got a call that they'd like to meet, and I'm going to see what they want to meet about. I'd like to see a ceasefire. I'd like to see the best deal that could be made for both parties. You know, it takes two to tango, right? So ultimately, I'll have a meeting next week. I had a great relationship with him, considering the fact that, I was not nice to him because of the pipeline. I ended the pipeline. I also gave the javelins. Do you ever hear of a javelin? Javelin is called a tank buster. They say that Obama gave them sheets and I gave them javelins. If it weren't for me, all those tanks that were destroyed at the first days of the war, because the tanks got stuck in the mud, some commander made a better. They would have been in Kiev in 4 hours going down the highway. But a Russian general made a brilliant decision to go through the farmland instead. And they just had torrential rains, and the rains were so bad, and it was mud, and those tanks got stuck in the mud. I don't know who that general is, but knowing Vladimir, he's probably not around any longer because all those tanks were stuck in the mud, and they went along with the javelins. I gave them the javelins. You know that, right? I gave them javelins. They gave them sheets. But I'm going to meet with President Putin, and we're going to see what he has in mind. And if it's a fair deal, I'll reveal it to the European Union leaders and to the NATO leaders, and also to President Zelensky. I think out of respect, I'll call him first, and then I'll call them after. And I may say, lots of luck, keep fighting, or I may say we can make a deal.
Right there. Right there. It's a fascinating psychological thing, right? For one, Russia is not suffering in this way. They have third or fourth largest economy. I think they're behind the United States, China, India, something like that. I'm not India, I'm sorry. I think it's China, the United States, and maybe one more that's ahead of them. But they're either 4 or 5, 3, 4, 5, I forget which one. So no, that's not true. Second, claiming that you're going to put sanctions on China and India. Well, for one, you didn't put sanctions on China. You planted for another 3 months. There's that. I can show you the video of Van said it's complicated. On the other side with India, yeah, you went after India, but you only went after like 20% of whatever they give to the United States. You went after them because you thought they were the weak link. India did not stop trading with Russia, and they continue to trade with Russia to this day. Neither did Brazil, meaning you were going after BRICS nations, and they continued circling the wagons. So there's that. Mendaciousness aside, it's a fascinating point. I gave them javelins. I gave them this. The Russians were stopped. It took them 4 hours. I was hard on Putin, even though we had a great relationship, but I was hard on him. I wasn't easy on him at all. They said Donald Trump was easy on Putin. I wasn't easy on Putin. Why are you telling us this? Right? Nobody asked you this. This wasn't a question that came from the media. Nobody said, hey, Donald Trump, are you being too easy? Nobody asked you that. All of this is stuff in his mind, and stuff that in his mind, similar to me, to be honest, things that are on my mind comes out. He is worse. Maybe because he's getting older. Maybe when I'm in my 70s, if I get to my 70s, I'm going to be in the same way. Just random stuff comes out. I have to clear the queue. When stuff comes out with my ex, it comes out. If something else is going on, it comes out. I'm pointing out that nobody asked him this. All of this is in his mind. And what is in his mind is, I was not weak. I am not being weak. This is not me being weak that I'm making or having negotiations with Vladimir Putin. And the reality of it is, it's not you as an individual being weak. It's the military position that you're confronted with. That is weakness. But that's not the way it's being translated. It's being translated as if it's a personal, individual thing that Donald Trump is somehow working with the Russians in the context of these negotiations that he doesn't necessarily want to get hit with. Donald Trump is weak. Donald Trump gave up the ghost. Donald Trump abandoned Ukraine. This is him insulating himself before going into the meeting. It's fascinating. And of course, when you get to the very end, the threat that's aimed at Europe, I'm going to go in if Putin gives me a great deal, whatever that particular deal is, and I think it's fair, and I think it's something that's going to work. Again, work in the context of not allowing a full collapse on the battlefield. That's the context. If I think it's fair, I'm going to talk to Zelensky. I'm going to talk to the Europeans. And if we can't come to an agreement, I'm out. Keep killing yourselves. You're miserable people. I'm leaving. A, insulates himself. B, levels the threat at Europe and Zelensky. I know you all are talking about sabotage. I hear you. Don't mess with me. If I get a deal that I think is good, I'm going to end this war. And if you stop me from ending this war, you're going to be left to your own devices in a situation that you know you cannot deal with and you know you can't handle. I'm Trump. Go to my golf course. Let me go to my guests. I am joined, let me get that. Alex Krainer. How you doing, man? You doing okay today?
I'm doing well, Jamal, and you?
I am doing well, better now that you are joining me, and I appreciate you for joining me. And just for the audience, Alex Krainer, he's founder of Krainer Analytics, creator of iSystem Trends Following. He has worked as a market analyst, researcher, trader, hedge fund manager since 1996. He has authored several books, including Mastering Uncertainty and Commodities Trading, The Grand Deception, and Alex Krainer's Trend Following Bible. I am so glad that you could join me. This is a fascinating time in regards to what is about to come up. Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin are going to meet in Anchorage, Alaska. They just kept saying Alaska. They've outed it today that it's going to be Anchorage. Give me your take on this. I want to step into this because I want to get into larger things beyond the talks, because I think there's interesting things going on around the talks. The world, in a way that I've never seen before, seems to be breaking in the corners, where Donald Trump is like, I'm going to call Zelensky, I'm going to call European leaders. But then you get Putin, who made conversations with called Brazil, India, North Korea, meaning they are going to their respective sides, talking about not just the conflict, But I would imagine the circumstances around the conflict with things like sanctions or tariffs, all of these things are probably coming into play considering that they're affecting, let's say, Russia's partners and BRICS specifically, that they have to negotiate in some kind of way. And that may end up in the negotiations, well, for whatever these negotiations ended up being, because it's probably going to go beyond Ukraine. Just start at the beginning, though. What do you think the chances are that they actually come to some contextual resolution to this specific conflict?
When you say they, you're talking about the Russians and the Americans, right?
I am,
Putin
yes.
and Trump.
Yes.
When you say resolution, you mean Ukraine?
Specifically Ukraine. And just to be clear, I don't think America gives up its goal for world primacy. But if you're looking at the battle maps, you're looking at the news that is coming out, Ukraine is being routed right now. Their front is effectively collapsing. I think Donald Trump knows it. I think the people around Trump knows it. And instead of having this humiliating collapse within a few months, I think he's in a desperate situation of A, trying to get a win, and B, trying to save face on something that will be monstrous if it effectively happens in some kind of grand routing, especially when Russia takes Donbass, which is going to happen. So I think he's trying to get ahead of it. It's not that he wants to do it. It's just he feels forced. So that's what I mean by resolution, that he is trying to, at the very least, put the kibosh, to put brakes on what is effectively a horrible situation for the Ukrainians right now.
Yeah. Okay. So before I get into that, Jamal, I'll go back to something that I've been, banging on the drum for a long time now, and this is that, if we have any hope of interpreting the situation correctly, we have to start from its broadest possible context, and that's always it's a conflict between two systems of governance, right?
Okay.
And this is, not a controversial thing. Everybody on the globalist side pretty much concedes as much. And the two systems that we're looking at is pretty much the Western colonialist system versus everybody else. And so the United States so far, probably for longer than a century, but especially since the World War II, has been firmly in the European neocolonialist system of governance. And it's been pretty much the military enforcement arm of that system. Either, the logic of this conflict is you can be on the one side or you can be on the other side. You can't, it's one of those things where you can be a little bit pregnant. You're either in or you're out. And that's, that's the logic of these things. This is like when there was a 9/11 terror attack in the United States, then, George W. Bush said, you are with us or you are against us. And that's pretty much always that approach has been perpetuated that way. You either prostrate yourself to the empire and become a vassal and you carry water for it, or you're the enemy and you have to be regime changed, you have to be destroyed. So in light of that, the question is, which side is Trump on? Okay, so there's a lot of psyops, there's a lot of deception, there's a lot of head fakes and misdirection that's going on, which is intentional because Trump does deliberately intend to confuse issues, to make everybody's head explode, to make himself difficult to read. But I have to say that on balance of evidence, I think that he is no longer in the globalist camp. When you say that the United States is going to try to preserve its primacy, we have to ask ourselves, what does that even mean? What does it mean for the United States to have global primacy? That means a massive cost of maintaining the empire. That means hundreds of military bases everywhere in the world. That means that your relationship with all countries is determined essentially by this: you're with us or you're against us, meaning you kind of support your vassals, you offer them protection, but everybody else you have to bludgeon them into submission. So now again, the question is this what Trump intends to do? I don't see it that way. And if you're not going to do that, then you have to abandon that ship straight away. So what I see Trump as doing is he's abandoning the sinking ship of globalism, and he's trying to make deals with powers that matter. And that's primarily Russia, China, Iran, India. And then Trump being Trump, of course, he's probably going to retain all the cards he can retain. He's going to use all the leverage that he can from the legacy relationships and legacy systems that still determine the day-to-day geopolitics. And we see that in him pressuring South Africa, pressuring Venezuela, pressuring Brazil, pressuring Iran. This new thing with the Zangezur corridor. So he's doing that, but it doesn't, that doesn't necessarily mean that he's doing it in order to retain primacy, because the only thing that's certain from the primacy is that you're going to lose, because we have a 100% track record in history that every single empire in the world collapsed under the weight of the cost of maintaining the empire. So if you want to do that, you're going to have to be a military security state. You're going to have to deploy heavy-handed repression at home, and you're going to have to be in adversarial position with everybody around the world. That's very, very expensive. That's very costly. That guarantees backwardness. That guarantees deindustrialization. That is, like the whole economy gradually shifts towards the military economy. I don't see that makes any sense. So in dealing with Putin, now I'll answer your question. I think that the probability of them resolving the Ukraine issue is 100%, because both sides have interest in doing that. And both sides have a lot to gain from forging a partnership, from forging constructive, productive relationships, cooperation, trade, mutual development, and so on and so forth. Whereas, if you're going to make enemies out of Russians, if you're going to backstab them, if you're going to try to trick them, first, they're not stupid. Second, you would be antagonizing one of the most powerful nations in the world that actually commands the Eurasian continent now, or at least, in partnership with China. And you would be casting your lot with the European colonial powers and Britain, which are clearly on the wane. They're, it's sundown for them.
Yes.
And they have nothing to offer other than debt as far as the eye can see, broken economies, broken societies, metastasizing degeneracy. Well, yeah, I know these are harsh words, but it's really the case. All of this nonsense of, we're going to dim the sun, we're going to capture carbon from the atmosphere. That's our big business plan for the future. We're going to bring our economies to net zero. Just yesterday, just yesterday, Marco Rubio gave a middle finger to the last attempt to make the United States to commit to net zero economy. So all this very ugly dystopian nonsense with LGBT, global warming. Oh, we're running out of water. We have to ration water. We have to shut people into 15-minute cities. We have to give people a license to even participate in social media and access the internet. Vaccine certificates. Did I mention 15-minute cities? Maybe I did, but
You did. Yeah, you did.
And we're gonna go net zero. We're gonna end consumption of red meat. We're gonna introduce crickets and grasshoppers into the diet. We're going to end air travel completely by 2050. This is actually in the plans for the development of British society through 2050. If people don't believe me, look up the PDF document called Absolute Zero. It was drafted by 7 of the leading British universities. And it's a plan where, your children are not going to be eating red meat. So end of beef and lamb. There's going to be no air travel. People are going to be shut into 15-minute cities and so on. So, for Trump to be saying like, yeah, I like these people. I want to be, I want to be a member of that club. I want to be the leader of that club. It's you got to be part of the degenerate oligarchy. And I'm not talking about a billionaire, Trump being a billionaire, like a real estate developer. I'm talking about these hereditary banking dynasties that have been running the world for centuries now and that are headquartered in the city of London. Mm-hmm. That's the epicenter of everything that's dark and ugly in this world. And it's been that way for a very long time. Joseph Conrad wrote the book titled The Heart of Darkness. And if you read the book, it's very clear that he has the heart of darkness is not the Congo as everybody is writing in critiques. It's the city of London. It's very obvious. And so that's what everybody is up against. And the cool club is Russia, China, Iran, and all these other BRIC nations, which are developing very rapidly, which are advancing technologically very rapidly, and which are going to have the purchasing power and the economies with which you're going to want to trade if you want to get ahead, if you want to bring prosperity to your own nation. The choice for the empire is choice for failure, and history is very clear in this sense. So you would have to be some kind of a special stupid to actually want to do that. So that's why I believe that all of Trump's psyops are not against the multipolar integrations, the other side. All the psyops are aimed at the neo-colonialist European hereditary oligarchies.
Alex, I appreciate you deeply. I do.
Thank you.
I'm going to give the contrary argument to this because I don't think it's 5-dimensional chess. I think it is kind of what it is. I think he is trying to create and maintain empire, and I think he's trying to do it on the cheap. And I think he's trying to diversify resources, or let's say responsibility. So I want Europe to deal with Russia. I want the US maybe deals with China and maybe some like Australia, Philippines, etc., South Korea, Japan, etc. And we want Israel to effectively deal with the Middle East. This way we can try to deal with all of these items, kind of like the Roman Empire where they start bringing in barbarians, etc. Also, he is using power in this case of primacy. He did try to pacify China. The trade war in and of itself was him pacifying other nations. Trump gets off on bringing in European leaders and laughing at them to the American audience, where he's effectively making uneven exchanges, uneven deals, because he can effectively lord power over the various countries that he's doing that to. That's not in this multipolar space. This is, I am trying to control and I'm trying to devastate. When he was going after Iran, again, he's not doing that to equals. Power on some level has to concede to other powers. It's not that he doesn't want to. If Donald Trump could win the Ukraine war, he would push and press harder on that war, just like he would do with Yemen, just like he would do with Iran, just like he would do with other minor powers. Or if you're talking about in the context of trade, just like he does with Europe, or just like he does with other nations. He is just stuck having to recognize, I can't do anything in this situation, or I can't do anything to China. So yes, I recognize and I respect these powers because they're powers I have to respect. It's like I have to respect the bear. I don't have to respect the cockroach. I can kill a cockroach. A bear, I'm leaving to its own devices. It's just an honest acknowledgement of equals in this case. I hope that makes sense. I don't think it's him giving up power. In fact, you bring up a great point. Azerbaijan and Armenia. Yes, that's partially aimed at Iran. That is in the underbelly of Russia, with Armenia and Russia. I'm sorry, Azerbaijan and Russia going back and forth, where Russia been bombing factories, locking up various people. Armenia arrested all of those Russian reporters, beat the living shit out of those reporters.
Azerbaijan.
Yeah, Azerbaijan did. I mean, when they brought him in, because Azerbaijan got pissed off that Russia was locking up crime bosses. And it was like, how dare you lock up our crime bosses? So we're now going to go after you in the context. Does that make sense, though? Like, this doesn't look like a man who is receding from primacy. This looks like a man who's trying to reassert in the world. And one last point. You're right. All empires fail. And yet people keep trying it, which means there's a logic built into those empires that compels and motivates itself. If that was the case, nobody would be an empire. And yet, over and over and over again, countries end up getting into that primary position. Give me your thoughts on that. What do you think I got wrong in my analysis?
I think you didn't get a whole lot wrong, Jamal. What you say makes absolute sense, because absolutely somebody like Trump or any statesman worth his salt is going to try to deal with the problems of the world from the position of power, and that's normal. That's normal. That's self-serving, but it's normal because you want to do best by your country or by your cronies, whatever the case, but and so you're going to respect other powers. That's just the reality that's imposing itself on Trump.
Right.
That's, I think, the reality that brought Trump to the White House, because Trump is doing his thing, but the fact that he's in the White House is, I think, a recognition by the American electorate that the path that the United States has been pursuing for the past few decades has been the wrong path, and they wanted a change. They wanted a change in course, so they put Trump into the White House. And then Trump in the White House, as far as a man, he's very highly flawed. He's easy to dislike. He's boorish and vulgar in his how do you call it? The way he conducts his communications, the way he deals with people, that's all fair and square. But it's not just him. There's a lot of people around him who want that change of course and who are qualified and competent and professional.
Agreed.
And so when people say like, no, he's not playing 5D chess. This is not 5D chess. It appears to us as 5D chess because we have been systematically and persistently misinformed. So we don't recognize a lot of realities that are going on in the world. And then when something weird happens, then we saw like, who could have seen this coming? This looks like 5D chess. I think that when you're properly informed, it doesn't take more than street smarts, which is something I believe that Trump does have. He's not a deep thinker. Maybe he's not a philosopher, but I think that he does have the street smarts and the gangster mindset. So, this is not as complicated as it may appear to us who have been, under a blizzard of psyops. Mm-hmm. Then you mentioned the question of Israel. I don't think anybody smart would decide as a part of their longer term, because when you set up a country strategy, when you set out a country strategy, it's usually not for the next quarter. It's usually for decades ahead.
Right.
To cast their lot again with Israel would be beyond stupid. Everybody in the halls of power. I'm not talking about lobbyists. I'm talking
Uh-uh.
about people at the Pentagon, people in the, in the administration. Everybody understands that Israel has come to the end of the road. Israel cannot challenge Iran anymore. That's, that ship sailed. And they've known this for a very long time. I think I mentioned on your show that 10 years ago, Henry Kissinger said 10 years from now, no, not 10 years ago, in 2012, Henry Kissinger himself said that 10 years from now, there will be no Israel. But it's not just Henry Kissinger, it's well understood. There has been very, very extensive studies, if people don't believe me, they have to look up the Foreign Policy Journal article from August of 2012. It's titled, U.S. Preparing for a Post-Israel Middle East. So that's 13 years ago, right? 13 years ago. And they came to the conclusion, we're talking about an 82-page report put together by all of the 17 U.S. intelligence agencies together. They came to the conclusion that the interests of Israel and the interests of the United States are actually diametrically opposed to one another in the Middle East. And so they came to the conclusion that Israel is finished. We're doing away with Israel. And so this is a reality which I think that people in the halls of power in the United States recognize, at least a large proportion of them. So, the idea that they're going to come up with like, oh yeah, we love Israel. This is like just best friends forever. We're just going to rely on them and we're going to use them to reassure that we're going to retain our hegemony in the region. That would be, in addition to immoral, it would be stupid. It would be just like really, really stupid, because it's like you're putting some weak, scruffy guy to fight Mike Tyson, and you're saying like, no, I'm going to bet the ranch on this weak, scruffy guy because I just love him so much. This love and devotion to Israel it's for public consumption with the U.S. domestic political audiences, because you can't criticize Israel. You can't go against Israel if you want to have a political future anywhere in the West. If people remember what happened to Jeremy Corbyn, not because he was criticizing Israel, but because he merely wanted to take a somewhat more balanced view to say, well, maybe the Palestinians have a right to exist, and maybe, Israel should go a bit easier on them, and they should give them, statehood. Well, they tore him to pieces. They called him anti-Semite, and they destroyed his political future in the UK.
Right.
So if you wanna exist in the political arena in the West, not just the United States, you have to profess your undying devotion to Israel. But we have to ask ourselves, are they sincere or are they pretending? And as I said many times, if I were a rabid Zionist, I would not trust Donald Trump as far as I could throw him.
But does sincerity matter?
Does sincerity matter? Yes, I think it does, because if Trump were sincere in his devotion to Israel, he would have fought for the regime change in Iran. What he did instead is he put up a fake fight. He said, mission accomplished. Thank you, Iranians, for your token retaliation that accomplished that had made zero casualties. And hey, let's talk deals. Let's talk business. That's what happened.
That's fair.
So, and then, even many of the explicit declarations from the Trump administration are consistent with that. They're saying we're done with post-World War II global order. Multipolar integrations are the reality of the future. Well, we intend to embrace that. Now, we could argue whether Trump intends to embrace multipolar integrations or whether he wants to ambush the world with his own version where he's going to emerge as the leader and everybody has to bow down to him.
I think it's that, right? I think it's that.
Okay, so that is entirely possible. That is entirely possible. But I think that it's going to turn out unrealistic, and he's going to have to make nice with the Russians. He's going to have to make nice with the Chinese, and I think he's going to make nice with the Iranians, because as we now know, Iranians are no joking matter. They are extremely powerful, and a lot more powerful than we ever knew.
Yeah.
And then they are. They're the masters of their backyard for 3,000 years, and that backyard is known as the graveyard of empires. And again, you have to be special kind of stupid not to realize that, and to think like, I think I'm going to go to war against Iran and I'm going to defeat them. That's not going to work out. So if people are smart, they're going to work with that rather than trying to, demolish everything and set up their own shop as they think they should.
Mm-hmm. I think it ignores hubris, and I think it ignores a certain elitism. Look, I agree with you on that one. I agree with everything you just said, in the sense of, if you're looking at the world rationally as opposed to idealistic, I agree.
Yeah.
Don't look at the world. I don't know if they look at the world in those terms.
I'll give you this. Jamal. I think that Trump does have a strong hubristic streak, but there's an easy antidote for that. It's called reality and humble pie. So you try to push the Russians around, and then you find out it doesn't work, and then you're like, well, maybe I have to talk to them, and then you talk to them, and then you realize, well, there's limits to my power, and I have to make my room under the sun within those limits. And I think that in that sense, certain realities are going to be imposed upon Trump and his administration. Agreed. But where I strongly disagree with the mainstream, not mainstream, but with the social media narrative that has kind of convinced themselves that Trump is just now went way back into the globalist camp, and that he's now going to be carrying water for His Majesty King Charles, the sausage fingers, and Keir Starmer and Ursula von der Leyen and all these losers. I think that's just like not even conceivable.
Yeah. Alex, I'm going to have to let you go. I always appreciate talking to you, man. Anytime you want to.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure, Jamal. Let's see. We're going to, in another few days, we're going to be a hell of a lot smarter. We're going to know a lot of things that we don't know today. But hey, for sure, it's very interesting.
Look, I would love for you to come back on after,
of course,
after they have their talks, and to get your take on whatever they come out in regards to whatever resolution. I hope you're right. I agree with you that ultimately, look, from my point of view, if Donald Trump can master a situation with another person, he does. If he can't, he doesn't. Yeah. And so he's finding his level in regards to reality, and he's stuck with those realities. And I think Russia's just one of those.
Yeah, of course, exactly. And I think that reality, he's going to form his approach in accordance to those realities.
Yeah. Alex Krainer, always appreciate your analysis, man. Whether I agree with it or not, you make it coherently and you make your points. And I always love that. He is founder of Krainer Analytics and creator of System Trends Following. He has worked as a market analyst researcher, trader, hedge fund manager since 1996. He's author of several books, including Mastering Uncertainty in Commodities, Trading the Grand Deception, and Alex Krainer's Trend Following Bible. You have a fantastic rest of your day, man. Thank you for this.
Thank you, General. Bye-bye.
Right. I have a new guest, and I'm excited to bring her on. We are joined, and I want to make sure I get the name correct, Marwa Osman. Marwa Osman, she's a journalist, TV show host for Press TV. Also, university lecturer, political commentator, and you had, I think, political psychic in your bio.
Hi, Jamal, how are you? It's Marwa Osman, but I say it Osman for people in the West would say correctly, but they often say Osman, which is a bit of an Irish or a German name, but it's not. It's an Arabic name, Osman. Thank you for having me. And it's the TikTok politics psychic. It's the TikTok account which I never use because every time I upload a video there, TikTok just deletes it. So what's the point? I just have it. I don't use it anymore. So how are you doing?
I am doing fine, and I'm happy that you could join me. I really am. Thank you for joining me, by the way. First time guest, always appreciate it.
Thanks for asking.
You had a video where you were breaking down what was taking place in Lebanon. I am fascinated by what is taking place in Lebanon right now. The U.S. seems to have gotten the prime minister to pass legislation in order to disarm Hamas. I'm sorry, Hezbollah. And in the context of disarming Hezbollah, it's like, okay, well, Hezbollah, A, is a political faction in the country itself. They're the only resistance that's standing up to incursions by Israel. And I don't know how you do that. Like, I don't know how the government expects to do that. This is obviously a plot by the United States and Israel working in coordination with what seems to be a puppet prime minister. What is going on with this? And A, do you think this is going to be successful? Give us a breakdown of what's happening in Lebanon right now, because it seems like they're trying to destroy Lebanon, or at the very least making it prey for other external forces.
Well, it is nearly impossible, as you are saying, but I'll say why, and I'll say why this happened with a bit of in a fast way. I'll just briefly say what happened historically in Lebanon that would lead up to this, because it's not new. The call for disarmament, which usually comes from the invaders and the occupiers, and this time it comes also from the political foes of Hezbollah within Lebanon themselves, who usually would cite their disapproval of Hezbollah's weapons, but now they are completely on the same page with Zionist Israel. It's not new. It's actually ever since Hezbollah came to be, basically in 1982. The very first call to disarm the resistance was in 1986, literally in the midst of the Lebanese civil war. And while the Lebanese civil war was raging, we had Zionist Israel invade Lebanon all the way to the capital, Beirut, in 1982. And in 1983, they committed the Sabra and Shatila massacre after they asked the Fatah organization back then, which is the Hamas of 1982, because they were the resistance back then. They asked them to disarm. They were naive enough to believe the American, if you will, promises of safety. And they did disarm, and literally the second week, Sabra and Shatila massacre occurred, which took the lives of 3,200 civilians, most of whom were Palestinians, and 1,200 of whom were actually Lebanese Shia, which are part of the community that now backs Hezbollah, because they lived in the same area. And it was done by Israeli forces, joined by the Phalanges in Lebanon, which is a political/militant faction in Lebanon, and the Uwed, known as the Lebanese forces, not the Lebanese army. It's a political/militia called the Lebanese forces, headed by Samir Jaja, who was put in prison, by the way, after the civil war ended, because he committed also massacres against Christians. Being a Christian himself, he killed people in churches in Lebanon because they disapproved of his way of control. So that was happening in the midst of the civil war. And there were talks back then saying that there should not be any resistance, despite the fact that Zionist Israel got all the way to Beirut, to the capital. They were literally sitting having coffee at a very important, back then, very well-known coffee shop called the Wimpy's, and there happened a very also memorable resistance operation, where one of the resistance factions of the Communist Party killed a number of the Israeli soldiers. So it's well documented. So this call for disarmament happened with the Fatah organization, which is a Palestinian resistance faction that used to fight the Israelis, then moved to Beirut, then was kicked out of Beirut, then the massacre happened, then they dissolved later on. Hamas is, Mahmoud Abbas is currently the head of Fatah, meaning he's I think he's the left side shoe in the feet of Israel at the moment. Yeah. But moving forward, what happened with the resistance? The resistance, which came to be because of the occupation. And it didn't start in 1982. Hezbollah started in 1982. But the resistance in Lebanon started in 1936. 36, when the gangs, with the Haganah gangs, terrorists, which were of the Jewish identity or Jewish religion, also very well known, documented Haganah terrorists by that time, because they also killed Americans and Britons in occupied Palestine. They were raiding Lebanese towns in South Lebanon, and we had resistance since then. And predominantly, the people who live in South Lebanon, if you look at the map, the people living in South Lebanon are predominantly Shia, meaning Muslims of the Shia sect. But there are Sunnis and there are Christians, both Orthodox and Catholics, who also live in South Lebanon, but the majority of the residents are Shia. So the resistance started back then. Then we had the resistance of Jabal Amil, Mount Amil, which is very well known also historically. You can search more about it. Then came the resistance of the Communist Party. Then came the resistance of the Amal movement by Sayyid Musa Sadr, who was kidnapped and killed in Libya during the Lebanese Civil War. And he was the main big starter of the resistance in the Shia community in Lebanon. Then came Hezbollah 1982, headed by one Subhi Tfaili, who was later on named to be a traitor, and Sayyid Abbas al-Musawi became the Secretary General of Hezbollah until 1992, when Israel killed with an Apache assassinated Sayyid Abbas al-Musawi in one of the towns in South Lebanon while he was performing the duty of going to a funeral and performing respect to fallen martyrs who were killed by Zionist Israel at that time. Sheikh Raghib Harb and his friends. So Sayyid Musa Sadr, the Secretary General of Hezbollah, was killed with his wife and his child in 1992, and then the Council of Hezbollah announced that Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah will be the now Secretary General of Hezbollah. Now, 1992 till 2000, Israel occupied Lebanon. 1982, physically occupied Lebanon. From 10 years later, 1992, when Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah became the Secretary General of Hezbollah, he was able to build this massive resistance that became the head of the axis of resistance in West Asia. Fast forward till the year 2000, so it's 8 years later, we have the full liberation of South Lebanon. But what happened in those 8 years? Resistance being with very little, not even compared to 3% of what Hezbollah has now. Just Kalashnikovs, some artillery shelling. There are videos, you can find them online, where Hezbollah fighters would walk for miles, for days, to get to certain bases, occupied bases by the Zionist Israelis, to fight them, to detonate the bases. That was active resistance, day by day, man to man. Okay, the year 2000, Israel was like, that's enough. We can't take it anymore. They left because of the resistance. 2000 to 2006, there was new calls saying, that's all. The south of Lebanon is no longer occupied. Why do you need the weapons? It's like, okay, we put the monster outside the house. Let's just give out the knives because the monster will not attempt it again. Not as if for the past 22 months, Jamal, that Zionist Israel has been committing a genocide in Gaza, and now they are planning to even widen that genocide even more by occupying Gaza. Not as if that Zionist Israel, without having Syria not throw a bullet at it for 55 years, and still when the Syrian regime fell on December 8th, Zionist Israel went all the way. They are now 8 kilometers away from Damascus, the capital of Syria. And Syria never even fought.
I just want to make sure that the audience knows what you're pointing out. It's you've kicked them out, they're out, and they're like, hey, since we're gone, why do you need the weapons? Trust us, we will not try to invade again.
No. By the way,
people.
Jamal, during that time, until the liberation in 2000, we had many massacres. We had the 1993 massacre in Beirut. We had the 1996 Qana massacre in South Lebanon. Thousands of people were being killed by Zionist Israel throughout those years. And in 1996, people were killed while they were held. They actually went into the camp of the UNIFIL, the UN Peace Corps forces, to hide from Zionist Israel, and Zionist Israel bombed them, killing them and UNIFIL forces all together. That was in 1996, the first Qana massacre in South Lebanon. Then the second Qana massacre in 2006, which I'll get to you, because between 2000 and 2006, there were calls saying, Khalas, you don't need, Khalas means no more. Sorry, I tend to throw in some Arabic language. So they said, you don't need your weapons anymore. Zionist Israel is not occupying Lebanon, despite the fact that according to the UN and to the Lebanese law and to the Syrian law, Israel still had Shiba Farms occupied, Kfar Shuba Hills occupied. These are 2 different towns in South Lebanon, and Al Ghajar, which are 7 different towns also occupied. Now, during that time, America was saying, no, this is Syrian land. You should not ask for it. Syria was like, no, that's not my land. That's Lebanese land. It's not ours. I mean, Syria was saying, no, it's not ours. And it was still occupied. And we still had many Lebanese civilians and fighters detained in Israeli detention centers, kidnapped by Zionist Israel during the wartime, before 2000. We still had people incarcerated by Zionist Israel. Just like now, we have more than 21,000 Palestinians incarcerated in different prison detention centers all across occupied Palestine, including that we know of 24 Lebanese during this past war in 2024. So during that time, before the 2006 war, they're saying, why do you need your weapons? And then the 2006 war kicked off. Now, Zionist Israel said it kicked off because Hezbollah kidnapped 2 Israeli soldiers. That's not the case. Hezbollah knew through its intelligence that Zionist Israel was preparing for a ground invasion in South Lebanon. So they did a preemptive strike by kidnapping 2 Israeli soldiers from within Lebanese occupied territory, so they can have them and swap them with our own prisoners or detainees in Zionist Israel's detention centers. And the 2006 war kicked in. And it was devastating for both sides. And Hezbollah was saying to the Lebanese foes, why did you ask us to give up our weapons when you knew Zionist Israel had the capability to do that? We won that war in 2006. We were able to liberate because there was a swap after the war. We swapped, we got all of our detainees back then. 2006 till 2023, 17 years of calm because of deterrence. The Zionist Israel was not allowed to even fire a bullet into Lebanon because Lebanon was going to reciprocate. During that time, Hezbollah got involved in the global war against Syria, and they had now new experience with a new type of war, but they were exposed at the level of intelligence and commanders. Syria was the main reason why Hezbollah commanders were now known, because when you have a small country like Lebanon, small portion of that country that you as a resistance control, intelligence-wise and security-wise, when you expose yourself by going into this large country like Syria to help out the Syrian Arab army against the Takfiri terrorists and the Zionist Israel and the 82 countries that joined in to bomb Syria, you're going to be known. You're going to be using technology. You're going to be using the internet. You're going to be using your phones. So everything was being heard and seen by Zionist Israel.
Wait, just to be clear.
Now it's okay.
Wait,
Yeah.
We got to circle that part.
Okay, no problem.
You were saying that effectively part of the reason that Hezbollah, or the leaders and the commanders of Hezbollah, whether it was the pager attacks, whether it was the bombings or something like that, was because of exposure that took place when they went to effectively fight off.
Not the pager attack. The pager attacks is something that has to do with the distribution channel of the purchases of Hezbollah. That was infiltrated in another way. But the leaders, their names, their whereabouts, the hierarchy of Hezbollah, who's the main leader, who's the second in command, who's the third, who is the Radwan forces, who are the forces that are capable of working, or that have the responsibility of working the rockets, the mid-range rockets, the long-range rockets. So all of these, it's a hierarchy. It's something extremely similar to a military. So by going into Syria, it was more exposed to Zionist Israel because of the use of technology. And we all know if you have a smartphone, anyone can catch you. What if you have the high tech that Zionist Israel has? Added to that, there was the when the October 7 Al-Aqsa flood operation began. Whether you accept that Hezbollah had made a wise decision to open a support front or you don't, it doesn't matter, because the pager attacks was something that was brewing. Zionist Israel was able to infiltrate the distribution channel of Hezbollah as a resistance and create anonymous companies, offshore companies, to infiltrate that route of distribution and get that shipment of pagers and detonate using new technology, PTN, I think it's called, to be inserted inside of those pagers, and the batteries of it, because it was not just one day, it was 2 days. The first day was pagers, September 17, 2024. The second day, September 18, was the batteries of the walkie-talkies, and I'll tell you what happened then. But they were able to infiltrate that, some say in 2015, others say in 2021. So it doesn't matter. It's still before the 2023 October 7 Al-Aqsa flood operation. The Zionist Israel was preparing for this, the biggest terrorist attack in modern history. Biggest terrorist attack in modern history happened in Beirut on September 17, 2024, when Zionist Israel detonated in the same second 4,000 pagers, killing and wounding not only Hezbollah fighters, because the fighters don't wear the pagers, the logistics wears the pagers, the nurses wear the pagers, the teachers, because Hezbollah is not just a military. They have schools, they have universities, they have hospitals, they have daycares, they have everything, and everyone communicate with the pagers. Kids losing their eyes, kids losing their hands, women losing their eyesight, losing their hands, because everyone had the pager at that time. And it was used for civilian work, not for military work. That's why, Jamal, we saw the people dropping in the streets of the capital of Beirut. I was driving back home from work, and it was the most horrifying, and I remember it and I get goosebumps. The most horrifying scene, you just imagine you now going home, driving to your home, and you just see people dropping in the streets, blood everywhere, not understanding what is going on. And it's not one, it's not two, it's 4,000. That happened on September 17. September 18, when we were able to count the dead on September 17 and prepare the funerals, during the funeral procession, the people taking care of the funeral procession, their walkie-talkie batteries exploded. Mostly everyone, it was, I think, 1,800 wounded at that time, including a very high death toll, because the battery is way bigger than the pager. So it immediately killed. And you know, the walkie-talkie is always placed on the waist, which is near vital organs in the human body. So that's how the big war kicked in. Because the support front started on October 8, 2023. I watched it live from my balcony in the town of Khiam, the town bordering occupied Palestine. And that was the last day for me in my home before Zionist Israel took over my home. They took my home, which I spent 7 years building after I spent 2 years paying for the land, which I built my house on, 7 years building it for Zionist Israel to bring their boots, bomb my house, and use it as their own military station. But I got it back, and I'm reconstructing.
Jesus. Let me ask you this. So with all of that being said, meaning with that history intact and Lebanon knowing that history, how does a government get elected that is willing to disarm itself from a monster? Because look, I will tell you this, when the Iran war took place and the Pezeshkian government wanted to negotiate, and my thing was, what are you doing? These people are monsters. The United States backed these monsters. They've been running through the countryside, whether it was Syria, whether it was Iraq, whether it was Afghanistan, whether it was Libya. These were murderers, right? They had blood on their hands all the way through. Why do you think you're going to be able to negotiate with monsters? And I guess in the case of Lebanon, what of Lebanese history gives the government this notion that, hey, once you disarm, Israel is going to be love and light, and you guys are going to run together through the, sunlight?
No, they know. No, Jamal, they know. They know that this is not going to happen. They're just saying this because this gives them, in their mind, this gives them legitimacy to do what they're doing. Let's talk about how this government came to be before how this government actually decided to go on with this decision that will bring the disintegration of the Lebanese army forces. That's the first thing that it will do. But let's start how it happened. On January 9, the Lebanese president, Joseph Aoun, was elected. And the first session, he was not elected. The first session, he did not get a majority of votes in parliament because he was meeting with Hezbollah, because all of the Shia and their allies in the parliament decided not to vote for him unless he gives them written promises to rebuild, reconstruct, work to make sure that Zionist Israel stops the attacks and the aggression. Because yes, The war supposedly ended on November 27, 2024, but we are still at war. Zionist Israel still occupies our land, our airspace, our soil, and every day, we have a new assassination. So the war just stopped from the Lebanese side. It didn't stop from the Israeli side. So they made sure during that session to take promises from the president before they vote for him that he will stand with the community of the resistance and make sure, and in his statement when he was doing his vows, he stated that. You can read that, it's published online. And they made a plan with him that he will name Najib Mikati as the prime minister. But what did he do? He met with Najib Mikati and they discussed the names of the cabinet that they will be choosing, the ministers. And then 2 days later, a paper came all the way from the United States of America saying, if you don't choose this specific person whose name is Nawaf Salam, we will make sure that your term as president be a disastrous one. So he gave in, and he named Nawaf Salam. Who's Nawaf Salam? People know him as a judge at the ICJ. Nawaf Salam was a young consultant in 1983 when the then government of Lebanon made a written agreement called the May 17 written agreement with Zionist Israel to normalize with Israel while Israel was occupying Beirut. He was part of that deal. And he was brought in. You might say, why didn't the resistance at that time say no to the president? They can, because legally, according to the Constitution, he has the right to choose whoever he wants. What he did is he reneged on the oath that he gave to the resistance, because they made sure to elect him by getting confirmation from him for reconstruction, for telling Zionist Israel, making diplomatic efforts to rid the southern part of Lebanon from the Zionist occupation, and to name this specific person, Najib Mikati, as the prime minister. He reneged, first of all, on Najib Mikati bringing Nawaf Salam. The day that Nawaf Salam was named as a prime minister, the attack against Hezbollah began. That man was brought in for a few months because by next year, by 2026, he's going to become a caretaker prime minister, because we will be preparing for parliamentary elections. So his government is not staying. He's just staying for these months. And his only job is to disarm the resistance. Hence why, when this attack began, and when he convened the cabinet, there was a paper from the president that he announced on July 29. He announced on July 29 a paper from 8 points. The first 3 points of that paper, our president said that Israel must leave the 5 occupied points in South Lebanon. Israel must stop its aggression and abide by the signed ceasefire, and reconstruction should start. Those are the first 3 points. The fourth point was disarm all factions in Lebanon, including Hezbollah. It namely mentioned Hezbollah. And there was supposed to be meetings and negotiations between the Lebanese factions about this paper to present it to the Americans so we can have a solid agreement.
Right.
Nawaf Salam kung fu kicked that paper and brought about the paper which Tom Barrack, the US envoy to Syria and Lebanon, and who also happens to be the US ambassador in Turkey, brought a paper with one goal: disarm Hezbollah in 4 months. The ministers who are in the cabinet, who are part of the resistance, who are the Shia ministers, walked out because they tried to reason with the prime minister, and he was mocking the drones, he was mocking the assassinations. Literally, he started the session by banging on the table and saying, ding, 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 it's time, the time of truth has the clock of truth has just banged, or it's he was making fun of what is happening and smiling. So this is what the ministers are telling us. And the president did nothing, because the president has the power to stop that cabinet, because he was heading that cabinet, and he did nothing because apparently he's being, I think he is being threatened by the Americans and the Zionists with something maybe we don't know, or maybe something as big as a civil war in Lebanon, which, by the way, cannot happen, because the people who have the arms to start a civil war are wise enough to not use it in a civil war. But this cabinet came to be by American orders to implement this decision. What did Nawaf Salam do on August 5? He said that the Lebanese army has 4 months to disarm all the factions in Lebanon, including Hezbollah. He's mad. He's out of his mind. You can't even disarm the Palestinian camps in Lebanon. You want to disarm Hezbollah? That's not going to happen, but there are many risks that we can talk about later on.
Well, you gave a fantastic breakdown. That is a breakdown that is fantastic, because the historical context matters, right? And how we got to this point is important. Yeah. And you look and you think to yourself, this seems like they're headed or angling for civil war. And I didn't fully understand. Look, I understood the pressure that was on the government. I understood that the Lebanese military on some level seemed captured. Like they wouldn't fire a bullet in anger at the Israelis. By the same token, they're turning around saying we need to disarm Hezbollah. That seems outrageous to me. Especially given the historical context that, as you point out, the notion that you giving up your arms is going to somehow make you safer is insane. Why does no one makes that argument for Israel? Hey, if you give up your arms, you'll be safer. Give up your nukes. Give up your guns. Give up your fighter jets.
Not only that, let's make a more realistic argument. Why are the UNIFIL Peace Corps only in Lebanon? Why don't they stand on the Israeli side?
Yes.
Or the occupied Palestine? Why are they in Lebanon? Why are they disarming the only resistance capable of deterring Zionist Israel, and they are not disarming the entire border with Lebanon from the Israeli side? Why? Israel did not win this war. Israel killed the leadership of the resistance, but Israel was not able to occupy one town. They are occupying towns. They are occupying points. Points mean like small hills, 5 hills all across the border. Small hills, very wide in the open, which means one cornet rocket from the resistance would blow them out. They weren't able to advance on the ground. The ground invasion failed after 72 days of war. Why? Because we have a resistance capable of deterring Zionist Israel. Yes, Israel has F-16s, F-15s. It has the B-52, if you will. But on the ground, it was not able. In Syria, they literally jumped into Humvees, and they are now 6 or 7 kilometers away from Damascus. In Lebanon, they were not able to take my town, Khiam, the town of Khiam, which saw the martyrdom of 320 martyrs, 152 of them from Khiam, Khiamis, from my hometown, killed by Zionist Israel while they were attempting to prevent the invasion. 320 martyrs later, and Zionist Israel was still not able to neither destroy nor invade Khiam. They were able to destroy Khiam. During the war, Israel was able to destroy 30% of one town in Khiam. I'm not going to talk about the other towns. My town, 30%. From November 27 till January 25, November 27, 2024, till January 25, 2025, Zionist Israel destroyed during the ceasefire 70% of my hometown. 70.
And just to be clear, that was during a ceasefire.
A ceasefire. And there were towns like Marun Ras, like Yarun, like, for example, a lot of, I'm not going to be naming them, people aren't going to understand, but right on the border, on the middle border between occupied Palestine and Lebanon, complete 100% destroyed. Beside my hometown, there's a town called Kafar Kila. It doesn't exist anymore. It does not exist anymore. That
Marwa
was done during the ceasefire. So when you talk about a civil, like this demand or policy or, if you will, order by the government given to the Lebanese army, it's not going to end up in civil war, because the only group, faction, or institution that has enough weapons to go head-to-head against Hezbollah is the Lebanese army, the Lebanese National Army. But the Lebanese National Army is 70% made of Shia. The Shia community is the majority in Lebanon.
Going to do that.
Which means, what do you think will happen? Will they fight? Do you think a Shia person will fight? You know what happened on Saturday? On Saturday, the Lebanese army was supposed to disarm a post for the resistance in the southern part of the Litani, which is part of the 1701 agreement, which should have happened in the presence of UNIFIL, but the UNIFIL were not there. Surprise, surprise, then a detonation happened, killing 6 Lebanese forces soldiers. So this has had something behind it. It's not a conspiracy theory. This happened before, when Zionist Israel detonated warehouses and depots for the resistance while the Lebanese army was getting in there, just to make way for the theory that it's Hezbollah who's killing them. It's Hezbollah who's showing where the depots are. How are they killing them? How's Hezbollah killing them? It was when it was the Hezbollah Islamic Association, Health Association, their ambulances were the people or the medics of Hezbollah that brought the bodies of the soldiers that were killed and martyred last Saturday. What happened then? There was the propaganda that it was Hezbollah that killed them. But the investigation that was brought about by the Lebanese forces themselves, by the Lebanese army themselves, they said, no, it was not Hezbollah. It was a detonation, and the investigations are still underway. During the funerals of those Lebanese army forces, the families of the soldiers, dead soldiers in their coffins, had Hezbollah flags in the background and Hezbollah chants, the families of the soldiers. So what do you think will happen when either the commander-in-chief of the armed forces or the government gives orders for the Lebanese National Armed Forces to fire at Hezbollah? What do you think will happen?
I think
my theory is, since the Lebanese armed forces are 70% Shia, the Lebanese army forces will disintegrate.
Or overthrow. I mean, and this could be the last question. Is there any chance that if that order is given, if that push is made by the president, or let's say by the prime minister, that there is a change of power? Whether it's Hezbollah taking over or whether it's, meaning, because I agree
there might be, because Hezbollah is adamant.
Yeah.
Because, yeah. Hezbollah is adamant on not firing a single bullet against the Lebanese army. Even if the Lebanese army fires, if they bring the 30% that are not Shia to stand in the face of Hezbollah, which will lead to the disintegration of the army, as I said, Hezbollah will, instead of fighting back, will go ahead and remove the people in power from government and from the presidential palace. And that's something that is very risky. It's very dangerous. It means an entire coup in Lebanon. And honestly, it's a bit late. It's too late, but it's never too late though. I think that Hezbollah, any resistance in the world, in history, that won, after Hezbollah won in the year 2000, not 2006, in the year 2000, liberated the land, gave away thousands of soldiers who were killed to defend the land, protected and liberated. In any sane country around the world, the resistance should have taken power of the country. Look at what happened in France, for example, after the French Revolution. What did the resistance do? Right? So we had every legal, divine right to take power. But what did the resistance do? They said, we want a unified Lebanon. Even those who are known to be agents of Zionist Israel, Lebanese people who worked with Zionist Israel during the occupation, we forgive them. Not one was even imprisoned. Not one. Why? Because this is the most moral resistance you will ever see in your life, Jamal.
But this time,
this is the resistance that throughout the war, all throughout the war, as we were being bombed by American-made weapons with pure tax money, I'm sorry to say, while we were being bombed by American bombs dropped by Zionist Israel, the resistance was still retaliating at military sites inside of Israel. They did not. Israel was bombing hospitals. Hezbollah did not reciprocate. Didn't they have the weapon to do so? Yes. But in our ideology, it is haram, which means it's illegal in religion to kill civilians, even if they are your enemy.
I saw that with Iran, by the way, where
exactly
immoral.
Because it's the idea. And for me, I'm sorry, I am a Shia Muslim. I follow this ideology, but in war with Zionist Israel, who have shown the entire world, not us, because we've been fighting with the Haganah since 1936. The world didn't care about us. We've been fighting and with massacre after massacre during the 60s, 70s, 80s in my hometown in the 60s. You know what they did in Khiyam? I wasn't even born yet. They used to, while they were occupying the area, they used to get all the elderlies, place them in the town square and shoot them dead because they refused to leave. We have scores of stories to tell. But although throughout these decades, the past 22 months, the entire world was watching in a magnifier what Zionist Israel is capable of doing and how the world is complicit by being silent. So we know that Zionist Israel is capable of that. And me being a Shia Muslim woman that I am, I do abide and follow these terms, but I think sometimes when you are met with something as evil as Zionist Israel, you have to cross some red lines or else you will be annihilated. But it's not up to me. It's up to, see, that's why it's not up to me. It's up to the people who are wise enough to take the right decision.
I agree with you, by the way. I agree with you. I'm just going to say I agree with you. I've gotten very dark over the course of these last.
It's not dark. It's justice, Jamal. Justice. Can you imagine? I don't know if you have kids. I have 3 of my own.
Yeah.
Okay. I have 3 kids of my own. I've watched people in Gaza, men, tall, strong men, break down, holding nylon bags with the arms and legs of their children that were butchered by Zionist Israel, taking them to the cemetery to bury them. I've watched that. What do you think that does to a parent in Lebanon, for example, who was watching this and then started hearing bombs falling outside? People might say this radicalizes you. No. This wakes you up to the most important thing in life as a human. Protect your children. And protecting my children means finding a safe place, then going back to fight those that are bringing this unsafety and this aggression against my children. I'm not going to sit down and start screaming and crying, please someone help us protect. No. Even if I have my bare hands, I'm going to protect my kids if it means me dying while doing so. I'm not going to wait for anyone to help protect me because we've been waiting since 1936 and nothing happened. On the contrary, Arab regimes now bombed in Beirut during the past war. It was not only Zionist Israeli warplanes that were bombing us, it was Zionist Israeli warplanes, American warplanes, British warplanes, Jordanian warplanes, Emirati warplanes.
Marwa,
Do your research, you can find out. So Arabs, Westerners, and Haganah terrorists were bombing me for taking a decision on October 8th saying, I will defend Gaza, stop bombing Gaza. They want to strip us of our humanity. They want to strip us of our right to defend ourselves. And then they want to call us radicalized because we choose to do so. You can call us whatever you want. Reality on the ground will not change the fact that you are butchers. You are the epitome of evil, and you have the protection of the entire Western world. Zionist Israel on its own cannot have a 7-front war. It is a global war against people who decide to resist. This is the reality.
Agreed. I agree. And this is a good point to end it on. You have my full agreement on this. Thank you for this. Honestly, thank you for this. Marwa Osman, I think I got that right.
Osman.
She's a journalist. Said it one more time.
Marwa Osman.
Okay. Marwa Osman.
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 Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Journalist, TV host for Press TV, university lecturer and political commentator. You have my deepest thank you for this. You be safe, okay?
Thank you for having me. You too. Bye-bye.
Absolutely. All right. I am going to bring on my man, KJ. No. KJ, how you doing, man? I'm sorry for the delay.
Not a problem.
That is a difficult place to switch off. Like it's kind of like somebody's saying something very deep. Like they've been killing us. They bombed my kids. They had people in bags. And then you turn around and say, okay, I need to close out. That is a hell of a transition. So
that's a hell of a transition. And I just want to add something to that.
Please.
I mean, she spoke.
And by the way, she's right. Just before, she is talking as a human being. And I didn't want to interrupt her, but please.
Absolutely. And, she spoke about, being a direct eyewitness to the Lebanon pager attacks,
Yes.
right? Now, this is what's going on in warfare. There's something called the third offset. It's essentially distribution, dispersion, diffusion, diffused attacks. But we're also seeing disguise and deceit. And so that is a very, very kind of concrete part of war. And we saw it in against Russia. We saw it in Lebanon. And it signals that, the war is continually escalating across the planet. But inside this, we also have to note that, and I've said this before, it was a Taiwanese pager company that subcontracted with, that gave its brand in order to create the shell company, in order to enable these pager attacks. And I've said this many times before, but Taiwan Island has a long history with allying with pariah states, such as South Africa and Israel, and subcontracting and doing the dirty operations for the United States. So, probably the example that people have the closest sense of what happened is from the 1950s to the 1970s. The Taiwan regime, they maintained and they ran the drug-running airline Air America for the CIA. It was actually called Civil Air Transport, CAT, but in U.S. popular, parlance, it's called Air America. And this was the drug-running airline that the CIA used. It was also used for all kinds of dirty under-the-books operations, including the final helicopter that took off from Saigon when Vietnam fell. That was actually Air America. Yes, that helicopter was Air America's helicopter. And they were also, doing all the kind of logistical work for supplying the Hmong and the other insurgents that the U.S. was trying to use as counterinsurgency. So Taiwan has a long and ugly history of aligning and being this kind of subcontractor for U.S. dirty tricks. And of course, once again, here's the alliance. It was Israel, South Africa, and Taiwan. One example, South Africa was building a nuclear bomb, right? Where were they getting the technology from? Who was helping them?
Israel, I suppose.
Yes, Israel. It was Israel that was helping them build the atomic bomb. And then Taiwan was financing it. And so, for example, they drew up a contract to buy 2,000 tons of uranium from South Africa. So this is the kind of infernal triangle. And of course, South Africa doesn't exist anymore. But we see these kind of rat lines and fascist alliances being set back up again. For example, very recently, just before the South Korean president Yoon Suk-yeol declared martial law, his top intelligence chief went to Taiwan Island and asked for their support. And the moment Yoon Suk-yeol declared martial law, the Taiwanese DPP, put out, a tweet supporting it and saying, this is the right thing. We want to do the same thing. We have the same problem. We're facing the same situation. And so we can see that, we have to understand this struggle as a global struggle. It's not simply about, a localized issue with a localized rogue state. You have to understand that these are rogue states that are subcontractors to the, to the empire. And in the case of Gold Apollo, we know that it was primarily a contractor for Western intelligence agencies. So they customized walkie-talkies and pagers for Western intelligence agencies. And then they would do soup to nuts everything, but apparently they simply had licensed the brand to a Hungarian company, and that they had no involvement in it whatsoever. And then the Hungarian company says that they're just a consulting firm. So there, the trail ends. But what is not acceptable, or what is not credible, is that like a pager is not something simple. It's not. It is a complex piece of electronics. Not that complex, but
Yeah.
it can be. And certainly, the digital circuits, etc. All of this is not easy to make. And for a company that has spent, decades building out its product and its brand, to say that it's simply licensed a brand to another company without doing any due diligence, without doing any quality control, without doing any inspection, without having a contract which holds them to any standards, is simply not credible. It is simply not credible. Let me give you another example. Jamal, can you make a hamburger?
Yes. I'm not great at it, but yes.
Okay. I mean, pretty much anybody can make a hamburger, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, even so, even though anybody can make a hamburger, if you want to franchise, which is another way of saying license, the McDonald's brand, they have all kinds of quality control. And you actually have to train. And, there's a McDonald's university that, they send their managers to in order to understand the McDonald's, product. So something that everybody can make is held to the most stringent quality control standards because, the company wants to preserve their brand. So how is it conceivable that Gold Apollo was not holding its licensee to any standards, to any control? That's not possible. It's a different type. You see, branding can be something very simple, like you just use the brand for something which is generic, right?
Yeah.
That's not a problem. But this is something highly technical, and the fact that they didn't have any quality control, and the fact that they didn't have any contract, they've never shown what their contract was. All they needed to do is just show what their contract was, and that would dispel any doubt. But they've never shown what their contract amounted to. And so that lets us know that there was something very, very ugly, very, very untoward happening. And they have not come clean, and the Taiwan government has not come clean. And so here's the, inference that we can make is that Taiwan is going back to its ugly days when it was the subcontractor, U.S. and U.S. aligned global dirty tricks, such as the Iran-Contra scandal, which was run out of the World Anti-Communist League, which had its base in Taiwan, and the dirty wars in Latin America, which were the death squads were trained at the paid-to warfare cadres academy. So I think there's a real question that needs to be asked, and I 100% understand with the interviewee's outrage and just that moral injury of watching your neighbors and friends being blown up in front of you in this most despicable and deceitful way. And we also have to ask the bigger question, how is this happening? Who's responsible? What's the bigger picture? How are these alliances coming together and doing these horrific acts? That's something we need to ask.
That is a hard interview. It's hard as an American to have that interview because there's a certain amount of shame that goes along with having a conversation with someone where your country has created injury, direct, overt, overwhelming injury, and it's not conceptual. It's not like we're talking about a war that's taking place in Ukraine. Neither one of us are Ukrainians. And at the end of the day, Russia is winning that war. And you've worked for Sputnik or something like that, where you have some affiliation with the side that has been injured, that is responding to that injury and pushing back on world primacy. No, this is different. This is your tax dollars have gone into destroying her life, her house, her neighbors, have gone into protecting the entity that is committing a genocide that borders her country and the country that is, the bloodthirsty animals that are committing that genocide, supporting those bloodthirsty animals, making the argument in court that they have the right to starve, 2 million people, and let's be honest, was involved directly in bombing her country while the world effectively watched. Okay, that's a hard interview. And her moral outrage, and not even just moral outrage as a person that has endured it, is palpable. Like you can, it comes off of her, but it should come off her because it will come off of any human being that has gone through that injury. That is rough. That is rough.
It's
there are
rough.
the words for me to say to that, and it's weird for me to I didn't even want to cut her off because it's kind of like your moral outrage should be heard, and it feels bizarre to have the conversation as an American, knowing that I'm part of that, whether I want to or not, just because my tax dollars are going into making that nonsense, that atrocity happen. Yeah, it's a rough conversation.
It's a rough conversation, and it needed to be had. And what you are adding is that you're giving her a voice, and that is really, really important. That every little bit counts in this horrific struggle.
Yeah. Something interesting is happening around the world, and I want to get your take on it. So the Trump and Putin summit is taking place. And I've made the argument for the last week that the reason it's taking place, and by the way, one of my videos was even featured in an article in Russian. And somebody says, hey, you have an article that's being published. I was like, what? And apparently they went through my video and was going with the analysis that was in my video because I think my analysis is right. That all things being equal, there are several things that are acting on Donald Trump at once. One, Trump knows that the war is going miserably. They've just had a breakthrough that took place in Donbass, where Kramatorsk, Slavyansk, Konstantinivka, I believe is the way that's pronounced. I have a hard time pronouncing those locations. Zaporozhye, Kherson, all of these places are being pressured at once with the Ukrainian military effectively melting away. They're getting crushed, they're getting routed. Russia still has 2 militaries in reserve that it hasn't even used yet, that are effectively being trained, fully equipped, and everything else, was Ukraine doesn't have enough manpower to maintain its front lines, in which cases front lines are being broken. They've gone 10 kilometers in a day. So this is the context that's taking place on the battlefield. Trump knows it. He has to know it, which is the reason why it was, you have 50 days. Oh my God, no, you have 10 days. Oh, okay, we need to meet. We need to meet immediately. Because A, he just put tariffs on the world, and B, trying to put 100% secondary tariffs, which he knows cannot go into effect because it would reverberate and damage America, especially with negotiations taking place with China, in which he just blew off for the next 90 days. He went after India, but even with India, he only went after 20% of their products, not all of it. India, Brazil, China, Russia, all of these places told the US to F off. Trump is in a fix. And so he needs to negotiate immediately, which is the context to these negotiations and why these negotiations are taking place. From a standpoint of the Russian perspective, Putin did something that I found to be amazing. Whereas Trump went to huddle with the European leaders, he huddled with Zelensky and said, hey, this is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to talk about. You better accept my deal or else I might walk. Putin did something very similar, but to BRICS nations, talking to Brazil, talking to India, talking to North Korea, talking to all of these other countries in a way of forming a fulcrum that matches and maybe even exceeds the fulcrum of Europe, since Europe is basically vassals. Give me your take on that. I haven't seen that in recent history. This is new. Like, it's one thing if Russia is dealing with the US or all of these people alone. They are not. Obviously, they're not, because Putin is having conversations about Ukraine with other members of BRICS that, let's be honest, are being attacked by the United States as we speak. Give me your thoughts on that. This is a new norm.
Well, I think that, in geopolitics, it's always the idea that you either hang together or you hang separately. Your best chance of resisting is working together. But, let's just look at some of these elements. The first thing is that, Witkoff is threatening other countries that are buying Russian oil with secondary sanctions. And this is the economic approach, right? They want to put a tourniquet around Russia and see if they can choke it out. And these countries have said, go F your secondary sanctions. we are going to continue to do normal trade with Russia. And so that is not working. And that's striking because, the most, striking example, of course, is India, which is saying, go F your secondary sanctions. In fact, what Trump is doing is he's pushing India towards China, just as, the Biden administration pushed Russia towards China. And so they're making every possible geopolitical mistake. They're just undercutting themselves. The other thing I think, which is historically interesting, and I'd say it's a historical redux, is that Trump and Putin are meeting, but neither the EU nor Ukraine are present at the table. And, to be trite, if you're not on the table, they say you're on the menu, right? Well, let's think back to the Korean War. When the end of the Korean War was being negotiated and the armistice was signed, the countries at the table were China, North Korea, and the United States. South Korea was not present. South Korea has never signed any armistice with North Korea. And so once again, you can see who the power players are, and you can see who the proxy is. You don't need the proxy, once you're coming down to brass tacks. In fact, the proxies, EU and Ukraine, don't matter. So I think that highlights that in probably the most, obvious way possible. And of course, I agree with you. This is Trump coming to a realization, which they could have come to a realization a year ago, that they're losing. This is not a war that they can win. They're losing this war. They want to cut their losses, see if they can pivot rapidly to China and have this division of labor and, what they consider to be strategic sequencing. Again, it's not going to be so easy. As everybody has said, I think that the negotiations will happen and Trump will want a rapid resolution of one form or another. But, ultimately, this war is going to be decided on the battlefield. And clearly, Russia has the upper hand. Ukraine's defenses are crumbling. What also seems to be the case is they may be looking to launch another kind of deceitful false flag attack somewhere in order to derail the process. But we'll see what happens. I think a lot is at stake over the next few days. So all of this is to say, yes, this is both unusual and it also has historical precedence.
What do you think he's talking about meaning in Putin in this case, with either Xi Jinping, with Modi? Do you think it has to do with the secondary sanctions? That is like, I don't know if it would be military issues that he would be discussing with them. It may be economic, considering the Trump administration has made the choice to effectively go after them economically. Now, China, he's punted because he's apparently, as Carl Jha would say, they got me by the balls. Like, we can't really do anything to China. But putting a huge amount of pressure on Brazil, on India, and I agree with you, this is going to backfire. But clearly, in the short term, this is not to the betterment of these countries. I mean, what do you think this conversation is with Brazil and India? Almost, I guess, shoring up their confidence, trying to make it, I guess, getting across, like, whatever negotiation, whatever plan is going to take place, you are also going to be included. Give me your thoughts on this.
Yeah, well, the thing to remember is BRICS is primarily an economic alliance. The military alliance is the SCO. And so if it's a BRICS discussion, it's primarily focused on economic issues. And therefore, I think that a large part of this discussion is helping these countries resist secondary sanctions. And we can see that this is probably already happening, because since the US imposed sanctions, China's trade has gone through the roof. It has increased its trade by leaps and bounds with the rest of the world. Even as its trade with the United States diminishes, China's trade with the rest of the world increases. So it's essentially what we all predicted. As the US sanctions the world, Simply, other countries, what they do is they take those sanctions and they trade amongst themselves. And so what looks like a trade barrier or a wall against other countries is simply the United States enclosing itself. It's putting a brick wall around itself while other countries continue to trade. And I think that is probably what's going on. I think it's an acceleration of that. And of course, there are other elements of BRICS that are very, very important that are slowly being built out, primarily in the domain of financial resiliency against U.S. Financial sanctions. That's the other pillar of the U.S. strength. The U.S. has military strength. It has control, or certain, but starting to slip away, a certain control over the financial system. And then the third strength is the US's ability to do PR and propaganda. In fact, ultimately, the US's ultimate superpower is the possibility, is the capacity to mindfuck everybody. That is the US's ultimate power. And that's why journalism, real journalism, is so important.
Agreed. And the other superpower, of course, is the ability. Do you remember in I think it was the what is it called? Justice League. And everybody's talking about their powers, and they're like, "Hey, what do you do?" And Batman says, "I'm rich." This ability to produce money out of thin air. And Putin, God, man, Putin has hit this, and he hit this like years ago. And he pointed out something that I'm wondering if India is now coming to Jesus, recognizing, okay, yeah, this is an issue. We have to deal with this. It was the belief that India was the American friendly partner of BRICS. That India was the one who, I don't want to do the currency. I want to trade with everybody. America and I are still buddies, even though we're in BRICS. And just gets hammered. It's like, whoa, what the hell? I thought we were buddies. And coming to this reminder, we don't have buddies. We have vassals. We don't have equals. We have enemies and vassals. And I get that India wanted to play both sides, but I'm wondering now if India is realizing I can't play both sides. Well, they're not dealing with me in this terms. And one last point, I just want to show this. Mm-hmm. This is Lula, who has been hammering this point home very hard. Something that I think Russia agrees with, something that I think China may even agree with. But I'm wondering if India has finally come around to realizing that these guys are right.
Podemos discutir, sabe, nos BRICS, a necessidade de uma moeda de comércio entre nós dos BRICS.
O senhor não recuou dessa ideia?
Não recuo dessa ideia, porque é preciso testá-la.
He is effectively saying, look, I'm not backing down from this idea of us having a joint currency or to be able to pay for our stuff amongst ourselves. We need it. This is something we need to test. America has gone nuts. Do you think India has come around to that after all of this?
I would say that India probably needs a little bit more time. I think it's always been a little bit slow on the uptake. And I agree with you. It's always been a little bit of an amphibian. You know, it's tried to play both sides of the fence. Is this the come to Jesus moment? I think we're getting there. I think, you know, the congregation is waiting for the arms to go up, the preacher, etc. It's like
right.
to the come to Jesus moment, because this is the core understanding that India needs to have. Sorry to be repetitive. It is dangerous to be an enemy of the United States. It is deadly to be an ally. And, when the bully gets frustrated, the first person that the bully takes it out is on the sidekick, because they are right close by. And so India is getting it. It's getting the frustration of the United States. And of course, there's plenty to beat India over with, because India traditionally has been an ally of Russia for the USSR. I mean, from its inception, it has always been closely allied with the USSR and continued into Russia. And of course, the most recent fact is that it was not going along with US sanctions. And so that's why we suddenly start to see all these criticisms of India and its human rights policy, which, I mean, those human rights issues were always the same under the Modi government, but they suddenly became an issue when India was no longer going along with the plan. But I think ultimately India needs to wake up. It needs to understand if it lashes itself to a sinking ship, it's going to drown. And I think they're coming to that understanding. And that's why, they've been allying closely with Russia. That's why they've been recycling Russian oil and pretending that they suddenly had, an oil boom in their country. They've essentially been rerouting Russian oil, and they've been making out like bandits on it. And ultimately, they understand that, Trump is as much a threat to India as, the Trump administration, the US is as much a threat to India as it is to any of its enemies.
It's just fascinating. It's a new norm. I've never, if you think of when Iran was under pressure, Iran was by itself. If you think of when they were going after the Trump and Russia stuff, Russia was fundamentally by itself. It's almost like the world has broken into sides. And it's not militarily, it's economically. It's just, wow. It's like Putin has decided to work with his allies and work between his allies in coming up with any formulation of having to deal with not just sanctions, but secondary sanctions on those allies. Because let's be honest, what Donald Trump is doing is attacking BRICS. He may be putting it as, oh, these are secondary tariffs, and is using the language. But what he is doing is making a broadside. The attack on Iran was effectively an attack on BRICS. The attack on India is an attack on the weak link in the way that they see BRICS. The attack on South Africa. All of these are BRICS nations. Yes, he's tariffing the world, but 50%? That's not happening to the world. That's happening to BRICS nations. And when he makes speeches, he brings up BRICS. They are trying to undercut the dollar. We can't not allow them to undercut the dollar. So we need to go after these nations. And he's coming up with any pretext to do it. I don't know. It's just fascinating. That's all. It's almost like Putin is acknowledging, as you say, it's better to work with your friends than working by yourself.
Yeah.
There is another thing that came up. I have found myself fascinated by China hating channels. And the stuff that they say was like Xi Jinping is on his deathbed. They used to say that about Putin, by the way. Putin has cancer. Xi Jinping is about to be overthrown. The new thing that is out has to do with, and I guess there are two. One, and you have to explain this to me because I don't know I have no idea what this means. The soy sauce rebellion that this woman is saying something is taking place in Sichuan, and that China doesn't allow Sichuan, the word, to be said. So they changed it to soy sauce, and that this may bring on the revolution to overthrow the Chinese government. And I think I put an LMAO behind it when I sent it to you because it sounds so outrageous. We have protests in the United States. We had a 1 million man march that didn't overthrow the United States government of 300 million people. China is a government of 1.4 billion human beings. Please explain this. What is going on with this? And will this overthrow the Chinese government? Is this going to bring about the revolution?
I don't think so. It's not going to bring about the Chinese overthrow of the government. It's absolute nonsense. It just doesn't make any sense. But it is part of a long and protracted psyop that has been ongoing for decades. I mean, every year somebody or someone predicts the fall of China on some absurd and ridiculous notion. And so, in Sichuan, they're fiery people. They eat a lot of spices. They don't want to be, they're upset and they don't want to be, mislabeled. And so they're going to overthrow the government. Hillary Clinton, these are all collapsist doctrines. China, the underlying idea is that China is socialist, and socialist countries cannot sustain themselves because there are internal contradictions that are too deep, that go against human nature and go against, the laws, quote unquote, of economics. Therefore, they're doomed to collapse.
Right.
And therefore, all we have to do is sit back and, take out the popcorn and watch, and we will see the collapse of China. this is a line of thinking that has gone back for decades, since the PRC was started. And more recently, this was the Hillary Clinton camp. The Hillary Clinton believed that China was a Potemkin state. It was going to collapse of its own internal contradictions. All they had to do was wait, and then wait until it collapsed, and then they would swoop in. U.S. equity firms would swoop in and buy everything up at fire sale prices, like they did in Russia. Well, that didn't happen. What happened instead was the U.S.-led global financial system collapsed, and the U.S. actually had to go to China hat in hand and ask for China for help. That's the point at which the U.S. decided that it needed to go to war against China, because China was not going to collapse by itself. That's when we saw the pivot to Asia. That's when we saw the battle doctrine against China, air-sea battle, being drafted. And so this has a long history. It's part of the PSYOP that says that it's a twofer. You see, on the one hand, the U.S. has to raise ire and manufacture consent so that the public will support going to war against China. And we're almost there. What is it? 79%, 78% say China is an enemy and a threat. On the other hand...
Wait, you mean of U.S. citizens think?
Yes, something like that. Yeah, they have an unfavorable opinion of China. And I think of that, a portion believe that China is a literal threat. That's a majority have a view that China is a little threat. So the manufacture of consent, which has been happening for years now, thanks to mainstream media, the New York Times. The New York Times is essentially one long hate crime against China, but this has been continually building. And so you can see the consent has been nicely manufactured. And on the other hand, people understand that China is not a trifle. You cannot F with China, because China is a superpower unto itself. So to complement that, battle cry, you also have sectors of the propaganda apparatus saying that, look, China is weak. It's going to collapse. It's on its last legs. And so this is the recent, article by CSIS that says that, in a Taiwan war, the U.S. can win. These are the ways that the U.S. can win. And then this is also a much more plebeian type of, appeal, is that China is crumbling. China is just about to fall. All we need to do is give it a swift push down the stairs, a swift kick in the pants, and everything will be good, and we'll liberate, 1.4 million Chinese, except they're only 3 million because, the other, 1.1 billion don't really exist, right? But nonsense. It's nonsense psyops, but it's being run out of, place. I think they're probably Falun Gong affiliated. They know that this is absolute nonsense, absolute and complete, total nonsense. But it's based on a deep contempt for the American public, because they think that the American public will buy and believe anything and everything. Because, that's the tragedy of it, right? Is that we are so indoctrinated that people no longer have the capacity to exercise critical thinking. And that's why I say, the US's, ultimate superpower is to mindfuck its population.
Yeah, but it's like, if you're born into it, right? Like if you are, if I raised you as a Nazi youth, you'd probably be a Nazi youth. You wouldn't know any better. Your value set, your value system, how you view the world, like you're programmed, like most people are. And it usually takes something for them to hit their head on, where they're like, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense. Like Jen was telling me how when she was raised as a Zionist. And she was like, dude, it's intense. Like how you're framed, like what Muslims are, what Arabs are. They're out to get you. They're out to kill you. They're monsters. They're this. And you raise your entire life that way. And at some point, you have to almost like shake yourself out of the ideology. And that's not always the easiest thing in the world, especially in America, where the propaganda goes even to the propagandist itself. So it's where we're impartial media. And so we are not biased at all. We're perfectly independent. And yet we unfailingly end up backing whatever nonsense narrative comes out about the state or with state and being aggressive and violent, well, let's say aggressively propagandist towards countries who we define as enemies, whether they did anything to us or not. So Putin is like Adolf Hitler. He's the new Joseph Stalin. Iran is a terrorist state, as Donald Trump shakes hands with a literal terrorist, Jelani. And they would sell that. They would sell it. And the American public, if they're not following any other news from around the world, they would be like, oh, Putin is a bad guy. Xi Jinping is a bad guy. China's stealing our property and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it's weird. Like when you work at a different radio station, it's a fog that you come out of and you're like, wow, this fog is thick. Yeah. You know what? And this is something Brian Belletti talks about, controlling your media space. Like how BRICS will have to invariably somehow control how it gets its media, which is weird to me because invariably, how do you do that? The only way you do that is by limiting other media that's coming into your sphere, which means on some level you have to limit your media. I don't know how you pull that off, but he's right. You have to.
Brian is absolutely correct. And as I said, not to be repetitive, the US's greatest skill is to deceive. That is its genesis. That it is its capacity. It's the capacity to mystify and confuse and indoctrinate and mislead people. There's a long history behind this. It's not for nothing that the great American play is, The Death of a Salesman. It's about a salesman. This is what the United States does well. It does sales better than anything else. And this has a long history. And the US is a country of hucksters, scammers, liars, and deceivers, right? I mean, it goes back to the revival tent. It goes back to the 19th century patent medicines where they would sell, drugs inside of colored water and then tell them that this was going to solve all their problems. I mean, this is what Coca-Cola was. It was originally a kind of patent medicine. And now people have been indoctrinated to believe that fizzy brown sugar water is going to resolve all your problems and make your life great again, right? I mean, this is the American system. It's for decades, people were told that carcinogenic, cancer sticks were a sign of masculine virility, right? I mean, they do exactly the opposite. If you smoke, you're going to have problems, with your, virility. But they were indoctrinated into believing that, this was a sign of your liberation or your virility. So, this indoctrination is so deep and so profound. And it really is what the US is so skilled at: marketing, PR, indoctrination, propaganda. And so, people here are indoctrinated to believe, even as their cities are crumbling around them, that they believe that they're living in the best of all worlds, that they have the highest standards of living. They believe that their minds are free, and they believe that, that other countries have propaganda, but that the US doesn't do propaganda. We have
Not anymore. They don't, Carl. KJ. Not anymore. Like, in fact, I would argue, and give me your take on this, that the reason why Trump exists is because of, let's say, the dichotomy or the distance between what we saw ourselves as. Because at one point, yeah, the shining city on the hill, Ronald Reagan, we're the greatest, we're sending stuff into space, we're going to the moon, we're doing all of this stuff, and it's like, wow, we're a fantastic country. We're great. We're the greatest country on earth. I don't think Americans see that today. And because they don't see that today, they see we're dying 5 years younger than Europe. You can look over at China, especially because of social media. You can see other countries, and you can see, hey, look at the stuff that they're building. Look at the high-speed rail. Look at this. Look at that. And you get Jon Stewart arguing that subways and our shitty subways is the price of freedom. Okay, that's grotesque, right? Like the idea that depravity or being in substandard areas with high crime is the price of freedom is nonsense. It's a ridiculous argument. But I'm saying that is his soothing, self-soothing mechanism to try to say, well, hey, those subways are fantastic, but they're not. They're somehow radically different than us in regards to our society. It's nonsense. It's the way he's framing it to make himself feel better about the fact that things have degraded. It's an acknowledgement of degradation, not celebration of freedom. Those are different things. I'm saying that is where America is today, where they know it, they can feel it. And so who they get, a carnival barker who's a salesman who will tell you every time you're listening to him, America is great. We're doing great. Look at us take advantage of other countries. Look at us bring Ursula von der Leyen here, almost like a Roman bringing their fallen adversary in a cage where you can throw bananas and everything else so you can show the glory of Rome. And doing that from one leader after the next, after the next, after the next. There's a reason he does that. It's not, it's ego, yes, but it's also to show, look how great we are, that we can take advantage of these other countries. I think the reason, or part of the reason or rationale that Trump exists in regards to being a political figure is because of that degradation and that Americans don't see it in real terms. Give me your take on that. That's
No,
a lot
I
of wood.
I agree with you. I agree with you. I mean, people voted for Trump because they thought they were getting something different. But remember, this is a constant pattern in US politics. In the US duopoly, you get a set of policies, the people don't want it, and the opposition party says, we are going to give you something different. And so then they vote in the opposition party and they get the same policies because essentially it's a capitalist, imperialist state with a very clear agenda for hegemony. And so you see a constant continuity of gender. They will tinker with different things, but ultimately the system doesn't change. What did Barack Obama do? He brought on the Republican, medical, insurance agenda, right? People voted for Nixon because Nixon was supposed to end the war in Vietnam. He didn't. He expanded it to, the other Southeast Asian countries. They voted for Obama because he was going to end the war. He didn't. He expanded the wars. They voted for Trump because he was going to end these wars. He's not. And so this is a constant, little, trick that people fall for. And it's like, Charlie Brown in the football, right? I mean, Lucy yanks it away and he still tries to kick it. Every time it's the same thing that happens over and over again. And so there's a deep denial, a deep delusion. And yes, there's a desire to self-soothe. There's some real self-soothing that goes on. But the level and the degree of indoctrination is very, very deep, Jamal.
Yeah.
And so, for example, even when people, I hear people, for example, they criticize, for example, China. And then when you ask them, what do you base it on? Well, they say, well, this is what the mainstream media told me. Right. And you say, well, you disbelieve everything else about the mainstream media, but you believe that? It doesn't make any sense. But it just goes to show you how deep this indoctrination goes. Let me ask you a quick question, Jamal. Yeah. Getting personal here. Did you or do you eat breakfast?
No.
Oh, you don't. Okay. You are 1 in a million, and I don't eat breakfast either. But what do most people believe about breakfast?
Bacon. Best meal or the necessary meal of the day?
Yeah, necessary meal of the day, the most important meal of the day, right? Do you know where that comes from?
I think you told me it was an advertising blitz because they were trying to get people to eat bacon or something to that effect, if I remember correctly.
It's a marketing slogan invented by a PR firm for a meat processing company. And why did they go after breakfast? Why didn't they say lunch or dinner is the most important meal of the day? They went after breakfast because that was the place where they had the greatest room to expand, right? Because people like you don't eat breakfast, or some people eat light breakfast. And so that's where the market possibility is. You can expand there. Whereas, in at lunchtime and dinner time, you're fighting an already full market. And so that's where that slogan came up. But most people will recite this chapter and verse. It isn't to say that, people shouldn't eat breakfast one way or another. I'm agnostic about that. I don't. But we know that many cultures and many people have very different customs around eating breakfast. But the notion that you need to eat a big meal at the start of the day, and that it is the most important meal of the day, and preferably bacon, is a US marketing campaign. But it's just kind of embedded in us, right? Most people believe this. And so this is the power of marketing. Same thing with diamonds, right? You get married, you have a partner, you give them a ring, preferably diamonds. Where does that come from?
Diamonds are a girl best friend, right?
Yes, but even
I even know the slogan. That's so bad.
There you go. It's from a diamond company. It's from
De Beers.
De Beers, right? So we are so inundated. We're so kind of indoctrinated into these beliefs. And these things we can kind of pick up and notice because they're products that we can use or not use. But what people don't understand is that we're also indoctrinated politically into believing things about the US, things about other countries, things about the superiority of the US system. And it really is fiendishly clever. As I've said, it's like Baudelaire said, the greatest trick of the devil was to convince the world that he did not exist. Okay, the greatest propaganda coup of the West is to convince its people that it does not do propaganda and that people are free thinking, critical thinking, free thinking, independent thinkers. It is not true. All of us are indoctrinated, and it really takes real effort to, kind of separate that and to, bracket all the stuff that you've been fed and to start to really think and see critically. But it's so important because, you have to derive, as Mao said, truth from facts. Without a clear understanding of reality, you don't have a chance. Your compass is off. You cannot orient yourself. So this is why, the kind of independent media and the critical thinking are so critical for us to be able to orient ourselves properly. This is why people get up and read the news, because they want to orient themselves. Some people are news junkies. There's a kind of primordial need that we have to understand the world around us to orient ourselves around what is happening. And when that is constantly filled with garbage, we are completely disoriented. It's as, Marx said, it's like we're kept inside a camera obscura. A camera obscura, is a dark room. It's it's a dark room, and then there's a tiny pinhole, and through that pinhole, light comes through, and it projects an image of the world on the back of the camera obscura, and the problem is the image is completely upside down. That's what we get. That's the camera obscura of modern propaganda.
ASACs, where's the floor? Like, where's the ground? Like when you're looking out at the world and you're trying to figure out, okay, what's true? And, oftentimes when we're dealing with stuff, we're so far away from it. Like, and look, as somebody who used to be a software engineer, I can make that screen do whatever I want it to because I control that screen. Meaning, a story comes up. They say, here's the story. Here's what's taking place. Okay, is it true? Who's involved? Does the media have a point of view? Does the media have an angle? That's not always easy for Americans or anybody in a society to filter. And let's also be honest, right? All societies have propaganda because they have to. Like you have a country of 320 million people. How do you get 320 million people to fall in line with a similar ideology, a similar value set, a similar thing? Okay, well, you have this propaganda of the flag, the Constitution. It's like the Bible. It's the thing that's right. It's the thing you should orient around. It's the thing.
I think the question, Jamal, is how do you get 320 million people to go against their own interests. That's where the work of mystification and propaganda has to come in.
Agreed. But I mean, is all propaganda bad?
Well, I would say indoctrination, mystification, confusing people, getting them to work against their own interests is really bad.
Agreed. That by definition, I agree.
Mm-hmm.
But don't all societies need propaganda, especially democratic societies?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, this is, it's not profound. This is what Chomsky said. He said that, quote unquote, in liberal democracies, the need for propaganda is even more extreme because you have to manufacture consent. So yes, certainly. So this is why the US is so good at propaganda, because it has the absolute need for it, but it also has the long historical precedent and tradition of it.
I think the issue is the working against one's interests. Like, say, for example, we were living in a Star Trek society. And you have the Federation, we believe in love and light, we believe in, flying through the cosmos, we want to be the good guys, the best human beings that we can be. All of that is propaganda. All of it is. Like, none of that is necessary. You can have a society that's still focused on well-being, health, and everything else without this propaganda of we're going to go through the cosmos. We're going to put our lives on the line because it's the right thing to do. It's still propaganda. It's just in a direction that is for the betterment of humanity, as opposed to the way we use it to the detriment of humanity. I hope that makes sense. Like, it feels like, I don't know how you get out that box. You're either stuck with an honest society where you can try to be transparent. You can try to be this shining city on the hill. You can work to the betterment of humanity and everything else, while instilling a certain view of the world that is to the betterment of that society. But isn't it all, on some level, indoctrination? Any way you look at it, you have to program a person with something for a person to move in a particular direction, especially if you're trying to build something large. Or correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe I'm thinking about this wrong.
I think that's a programming analogy, notion that, you have a blank slate and you program what you want into it. And, I think that's one way of seeing things. Certainly in political, philosophy, there's a long history of that thinking, going all the way back to the first fascist, who was Plato. He was the first person.
Thanks, KJ. Your thought is of the first fascist. Okay.
And so I think that is a legitimate, political philosophy. Let's put it another way. It's not that people don't require persuasion. It's not that people don't require some kind of consensus building through dialogue. It's not that people don't need to be educated, right? Yeah. Because people do need to be educated. And some part of our values is intrinsic to who we are as social beings, such as taking care of each other. I don't believe that you need to train people to do that. I believe that people do that automatically. Most parents will take care of their children, and they will, fight tooth and nail to defend them, as our previous speaker, emphasized, in the most, passionate way possible. So I think there's certain things that, you don't have to train people to do. And then there are other things that are more higher level, more superstructural, cultural artifacts that depend on how you want to direct the society, where you want it to go, and most particularly the means by which you arrive at those goals, which I think generally involve having a good life for the majority of people, unless you have a system which is just purely focused on the interests of the elites. And we do have such societies. In fact, we inhabit one at the current moment. And so I think certainly if you have a society which is built against the interests of the vast majority of the population, then the demands for propaganda and indoctrination become much, much more extreme. And so that's why we are subject to this constant barrage of BS. That's why people eat breakfast or think that eating bacon for breakfast is the best thing they can do for them and their family, right? And on the other hand, I think that you do need to educate people. You do need to bring some kind of consensus about the direction and the means by which society should develop itself. I think that is necessary and important, and I distinguish that from the kind of indoctrination that I see in capitalist imperialist societies.
Agreed. Agreed.
And part of it has to do with this ultimate contradiction is that the ruling elite knows that they're doing bad things.
Yes.
And that's where the deceit is necessary. And that's where the self-deceit is necessary. Let me give you a just very quick example. Jane Mayer is a Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist at The New Yorker. She got really famous because she wrote this series of articles called The Dark Side. And essentially, it was a way of unpacking the torture that happened at U.S. black sites like Guantanamo and Bagram, etc. And her, deep investigative, research revealed that this program of torture had been created by two psychologists that had been contracted by the army to build up this robust or enhanced form of interrogation, and that what they did was that they they reverse engineered torture that the Chinese had subjected their American airmen to, right? Do you remember this?
I remember this. I remember Jane Mayer, and I remember the dark side thing. I didn't realize I don't remember the Chinese part of it, but I'm not shocked. It's like we have to absolve America from doing this. It was
so we have to blame the Chinese for American torture, but the piece that she completely, wiped clean was that the U.S. has a long history and tradition of torture. It didn't need to outsource anything. It didn't need to, look back and reverse engineer anything and borrow from Chinese, etc. U.S. has a long history of torture. I mean, think about the Phoenix program in Vietnam. Think about the Kubark manual. This is the CIA's torture manual. One of the things that the Kubark manual says is that take a person's strength and use that against them. That is ultimately what destroys them and depersonalizes them so that they can be putty in your hands. Extraordinary, vicious, violent, devious forms of manipulation and mind control and, psychological torture. All of this is in the U.S. Institutional memory. Think of Dan Mitrone, who was, funded by the USAID. He trained people to torture in Latin America. There's such a long history, tradition, curriculum, institutionalized, written down on torture. And somehow Jane Mayer ignores and erases that entire history. And then she says, it just kind of happened because the U.S. Army was trying to enhance interrogation, and they got these professional psychologists, and these professional psychologists didn't really know what they're doing, so they took the SEER program and reverse engineered, and the SEER program was originally designed to prevent flyers from cracking under Chinese torture, right? What a brilliant work of fiction. Yeah. And in so doing, she rewrote and she kind of completely whitewashed the history of American torture. And in response, she got the Pulitzer Prize and all kinds of accolades. I'm sure she's teaching journalism somewhere, but this is how the system works. It cleanses itself constantly, absolves itself of its ugliness, of its sins, and then rewrites history. And then pretty soon, this is the standard thing that people tell themselves.
Agreed. That's media in America. I mean, that's in a nutshell. It's like it ignores our excesses while blowing up, exaggerating our opponents and our enemies. And so if you're in the country, you think to yourself, well, we wouldn't do something like that. That's not what we do. That's not us. I mean, we may make mistakes, but we're ultimately the good guys in this world of bad guys like Russia and China and India, and weirdly enough, anybody else that doesn't necessarily follow in as our vassals. It's a very weird system, but
It's a very deliberate system, Jamal.
yeah.
It's no accident. Let me just give you one more example now that I'm kind of, on my rant. But there's a guy called Orville Shell, and he was the dean of the school, the J School, the journalism school at UC Berkeley.
Mhm.
Well, Orville Shell, if you look at his resume, from 1964 to 1966, he was in Indonesia. Okay, what happened in Indonesia from 1964 to 1966?
That was the war, right? What
It
was
was
the? No,
It was a genocide of communists, right?
Okay.
A genocide of communists, including many, many Chinese. And essentially, this was the bulwark against global liberation movements. Remember, Indonesia had, I think, the second largest communist party in the world. And it was also the center of the non-aligned movement, the Bandung movement, was in Indonesia. And as the imperial powers were weakened through the kind of intra-imperial conflict of World War II, the global South, the colonized countries were starting to liberate themselves. And, the key among these battles was, for example, in Malaya. The British didn't want to give up Malaysia. Another key battle was in Vietnam. The French didn't want to give up their colonies in Indochina, so they gave it to the U.S. And the U.S. fought essentially a colonial war against Vietnamese liberation. And then also in Indonesia. And Indonesia was one of the ugliest and dirtiest wars. Essentially, to prevent a kind of non-aligned movement from arising in Indonesia, the U.S. greenlighted and directed a plan of genocide against all the leftists in Indonesia. I mean, the rivers ran red with blood. We think somewhere between 500,000 to 1.5 million communists, members of the Communist Party, the PKI, were killed. And Orville Shell was the training associate for the Ford Foundation in Indonesia at the time. Now, the first thing to understand is the Ford Foundation was an annex of the CIA. It was actually the head of the Ford Foundation at the time was the person who had founded the OSS, which became the CIA.
Yeah, right.
And the Ford Foundation was doing the training for the Indonesian leaders that were conducting the genocide. So Orville Shell was in the thick of it. Now, in retrospect, he says, I was just a gopher. I didn't do anything. I knew nothing, etc. He tries to pretend that he was not involved. But we know from his own writings that he was trying to ferret out communists. He was like asking people and trying to meet with communists and trying to understand how they were organized and what they were doing. So he was actively, in any other terms, he was spying to find out who the communists were. Wow. And then the second thing is he says that he had no power, he was doing nothing, but he apparently, once again, according to his own writings, he had a huge office. He had his own house with servants and a chauffeur and everything. This was not the the role of an intern. He was in the thick of it.
Yeah.
And then he comes back to the United States. He putters around, pretends to do anti-war or social justice work, and then he creates this thing called Neiman Ranch, which is essentially a boutique slaughterhouse. It's a slaughterhouse that raises farm animals and then, kills them humanely, right? That is a very strange line of work for somebody to go into, an academic to go into, unless you are working out some kind of deep, deep contradiction inside your psyche. What kind of person starts a slaughterhouse, right?
Sociopath. I mean, that's what it sounds like. He was a sociopath.
Right. Okay. So then after he runs this boutique slaughterhouse, Then he is recruited to UC Berkeley to start their journalism school. Now, how does running a slaughterhouse qualify you to run a journalism school, right? There's some weird stuff happening here. But anyway, he creates the UC Berkeley J School and generates, generations of, I would say, new propagandists. And Orville Shell's key line is anti-China propaganda. And he's the one who claims that, there's cultural genocide, etc. This is a guy who was directly implicated in literal genocide. And then he spends the rest of his career pontificating about an imagined cultural genocide. So this is how the system works. It's so deep, it's so insidious, it's so intricately designed and conducted. And so no wonder that we are so deeply, deeply indoctrinated and misled, because it goes right down to the foundations.
Wow. Yeah, that's intricate. That is intricate. I mean, this goes to the whole thing. Are they lying, or do they even know that they're lying? Meaning, do they know that they're lying, or are they just brainwashed? And it sounds like it's a bit of both.
They're both. They're lying and brainwashed, and they also know that they're lying. For example, Orville Shell, if you look at his resume, he says that he's PhD ABD. Okay, PhD, we know what that is. ABD means all but dissertation. Now,
by the way, he may know that he's lying. The people that he taught may not.
That's
I saw this interview once. Sanders was being interviewed by this guy, this journalist, I think it was Washington Post. And he said, hey, Sanders, when you were giving a speech in South America, they were holding signs up saying death to America. I mean, what do you have to say about that? You were there for it. And Sanders was like, are you out of your mind? What do you think was happening during that time? And the journalist was like, what are you talking about? He was like, we were paying kill squads in South America. Of course, they're going to feel some kind of way. Meaning, he is so in his ideology that he can't put himself in the position of somebody who's being murdered, killed, paid for by the US tax dollars, and is instead going after Sanders for giving a speech about either liberation or whatever the hell Sanders was talking about. This is liberals, right? So that's what I'm saying. The guy who taught them may be in on it, because he's the CIA, Operation Mockingbird and stuff like that, where they were effectively putting in their own journalists, paying all of these people off, academics and everything else. I don't know if all of these people are entirely aware that they are working with a particular ideology. I could be wrong, but some of them seem like true believers.
They do believe their own lies. This is definitely true. And also I hate the Orwellian, the way that Orwell confuses people, but on this he's correct. There is a kind of double think going on, is that they hold contradictory beliefs at the same time. So they know that they're lying, and they also believe that they're absolutely telling the truth. They absolutely do that. So, going back to Shell, he calls himself PhD ABD. That's nonsense, because ABD means all but dissertation. And a PhD,
means you're not a PhD. Yeah.
It means you're not a PhD. It means you didn't do the work. It means you didn't do your dissertation. And if you didn't do your dissertation, you're not a fucking PhD. And he says, I did my coursework.
Right.
I did my coursework. I mean, that's nonsense. Most countries don't have coursework for graduate programs, because you're just supposed to get in there, do your research, start writing, and put forth your dissertation. And Orville Shell is, I went to PhD kindergarten. I did my, coursework, and therefore I'm a PhD ABD, right? I mean, so this is the kind of, self-delusion, narcissism that goes on. He wants to put himself forth as, a doctor of arts, but actually he, in his mind, knows that this is bullshit. And he also knows that, and there's a part of him that wants to believe, that he is actually, a renowned scholar of bullshit. And he also wants to present himself. So yes, this doublethink is very deep and profound among the ruling class. I believe Jane Mayer believes that she probably did good research, and that she has actually come to the bottom of the U.S. torture program. Of course she hasn't. She knows in her own mind, early in the morning, late at night, if she thinks about it, she knows that, she's sold, a bill of goods to the U.S. people. And yet they still believe it. And the best example of this is MK Ultra, the
Yes,
CIA
the CIA
program.
program. Yeah.
They believed that the Chinese were brainwashing, and therefore they needed to come up with their own brainwashing program. And then they did all kinds of experiments with hallucinogens and, ridiculous things. And of course, this was a hallucination that they made up to justify the U.S. Airmen and POWs who were denouncing U.S. policy in Korea, which was genocidal, which did involve biological weapons. And in order to kind of, in order to refute and explain away what had happened, because these seemed to be like decent, honest human beings, they said, well, they were brainwashed into denouncing the U.S. and telling lies. And they created this mythology, and even made a movie about it. This is the entire movie is about this. Then they decided that they had to do what the Chinese had been doing, and they created this program called MK Ultra, which is, ultimately,
LSD, spiking people's drinks, driving people nuts.
It was horrific stuff, yes. But it was all built on an illusion, but that didn't, keep them from doing it anyway.
KJ is like, I'm a vegetarian, but I eat chicken. It's like, you're not a effing vegetarian, right? KJ, thank you for this, man. Somebody asked if you were a historian. Well, yes, KJ goes into history all the time. Check him out on his channel, Breakthrough News Network. I don't even think we had the opportunity to introduce you. We went straight into it today. KJ, thank you for this, man. And by the way, the stuff that they were doing during the 60s was mind-blowing. The U.S. believed that the Soviets were into psychic research, which the Soviets were. And they were like, okay, well, we need to also test that. We need to get involved in that. And so they had a remote viewing program. That program went for like 20, 30 years. The Men Who Stare at Goats was one of the, I guess, kind of a allegory to that program. That program was astonishing, though. The Soviets, what they were doing with psychological research also was astonishing. Like, they were trying to come up with ways to kill people at a distance. Like, they were into some of everything in the 60s and 70s. So MK Ultra was just one of those programs that they were effectively working with. KJ, just the audience. KJ, no, he's a journalist, political analyst, writer, teacher, specializing in the geopolitics of the Asia-Pacific region, contributor to the book Capitalism on a Ventilator, once censored by Amazon. It is available at iacenter.org. You can also check out KJ on Breakthrough News Network on the China Report. When is the next video? Usually it comes out a day before.
It comes out every Tuesday, and my section of it will come out next Tuesday. It should be a good show. And, just before I close, once again, I want to emphasize to people that your mind is a terrain of battle. The Pentagon literally lists the mind, as a domain of war. And so then we have to resist this. And we also know the techniques that are used to hack the brain. They're literally techniques that you see most clearly in advertising, but frequency is the most common thing. You just constantly, something is repeated over and over and over again. As in advertising, you start to believe it. Okay. The other one is recency, which is tied to frequency. Another one is multiple sources. You're fed the same information, but it looks like it comes from multiple sources. Then you start to think that it's more credible. You're also given, sources that you are told are authoritative. Discount that, reason for yourself. And then another piece, very, very common, is these emotional hooks. This is to trigger, the mammalian empathy response. So it's written with, fear and pity, which actually goes back once again to the original first fascist, which is Plato. He talked about fear and pity. So watch out for these kind of emotional hooks that are written into, propaganda. So
babies and incubators.
Absolutely. And then ultimately, the key propaganda trope is the focus on the individual. That is to say, it's all about individuals. It's all about individuals, success or failure. And once you bring in that, kind of foundational ideology of individualism, then people are already confused. Because remember, as I said before, individualism, the term individualism doesn't exist in the English language until 1750. And that's when it's always prefaced by the term economic, that is economic individualism. Individualism or economic individualism is the ideology of capitalism.
Capitalists. Yeah.
Right.
Capitalists, right.
And the
It's
reason why they
capitalists.
and the reason why they want people to believe in this individualism is the same reason why they essentially what it is. Individualism is divide and conquer, which has been internalized because the ruling class needs to divide and conquer. It needs to individuate people, just like the predator needs to individuate the prey in order to take them down. The ruling class has a predatory relationship with the working class. In order to make that effective, they have to individualize, atomize, separate people so that they only think about themselves as individuals, so that they cannot resist in solidarity. And so that is the kind of the core ideology. Goes back to Protestantism, et cetera, but that is the core control ideology that we are fed. And so these are the pieces that we have to start to unpack and challenge in order for us to have a chance at transforming things to a better world.
Yeah. If you have $1 billion, then you want to be, and everybody else to be like, the last thing you want is collective.
Yes.
What's a response to that? KJ, you are fantastic, man. Thank you for this. You be safe, okay? Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
All right. KJ is awesome. KJ is awesome. And oh, Jesus Christ, I kept him an hour. 15. All right. Actually, no, it was more than that. Jesus, hour 45 minutes. Okay. That's okay. That's okay. KJ is great. I deeply appreciate KJ being on the show. There's something else. Oh, Kim Iverson. Kim Iverson is going to be on the show at noon. Is it noon? Yes, noon, 12 a.m. She's going to be on the show at noon. So stay tuned. I'm going to kill this for an hour because there's no point in me just hanging around playing chess. I guess I could, but I think I need this. Actually, I should keep the same stream. There's no point in killing the stream. But let's go to the chat first. Oh, whoa. Felonious Punk. Felonious. I think that's Felonious Punk. Thanks for the smart and conscientious analysis and the plethora of great guests. Well, thank you. Thank you for thanking. I appreciate it. And look, just people say I don't often give this enough. They was like, hey, we didn't even know that you accept donations. Yes, donations are massively helpful for maintaining this channel. And so, yes, I do. Like, share, you can subscribe. You can support this show through PayPal, Patreon. You can support it through Super Chats, memberships. All of those things are deeply appreciated. Not appreciative. All the things are deeply appreciated. And as I said, it really does help the show. Buy me a cup of coffee. That also works. But Super Chats, memberships, all of those things are great. And all of those things are deeply appreciated. Many of these shows are demonetized. YouTube is a fickle mistress. I never quite know what YouTube is effectively going to do on any particular show because of the subjects that we carry. So the surest way to ensure that the content is maintained is through donations, and I appreciate any of you that give. Liking the video helps. Sharing the video also helps. You have my appreciation for any of it. So, Felonious Punk, shout out to you. Thank you very much. Auntie Ann. Let's see, Trump, if I can get to that, there we are. Trump's part of the royal bloodline. Here we go. Trump's part of the royal bloodline through the Scottish mom. So he's not trying to end the oligarchy. The world superpowers have spheres of influence that Trump is installing now. I don't know about this bloodline stuff. Yes, I'm heavy into the UFO stuff. Yes, I'm heavy into ET stuff, esoteric stuff. Agreed. This whole moon in the eighth, opposite Pluto, it's just kind of is what it is. But I'm very skeptical about a lot of this stuff. Like, let me say it this way. Let me ask it this way. Does the bloodline matter? He's rich. He's an oligarch. He is full of hubris. I think he's a small man on the inside. I don't know if anybody with a well-developed ego as an adult acts that way. Yes, adults act that way, but usually they're very petty. It's a weird thing to me that you need to demoralize and diminish in order to make yourself feel like a person. It's just weird. It's very strange. And that seems to be the modus operandi that Donald Trump goes with. I disagree with Alex on this. It seems that this is not five-dimensional chess. This is not a psyop. He is the person that he is. He shows it and exposes it in everything that he does. When he brings von der Leyen there, where she's sitting there, again, like, Rome would capture one of its enemies and put him in a wooden crate and just drag him through the city so they can be humiliated to show the glory and the power of Rome. Is that really that much different when Trump is using von der Leyen, South Africa's Ramaphosa, Mark Rutte, all of these people where he just humiliates for the dignity of America? When he gets the trade deal and he blows up crows at how bad they're getting taken down, as opposed to how great we're getting it as a result of their trade deal. When he's like, yeah, Russia's failing. Russia is like the third or fourth largest economy. What are you talking about? Or, yeah, China is getting hit really hard. No, they weren't. They just weren't. You're the one that capitulated. Meaning he has this weird way of needing to make himself feel great while simultaneously diminishing and lowering the other, even when it is nonsense. Even when it's nonsense. Russia had the best performing currency. Full stop. So this refrain that comes out of him is not, I'm trying to have this multidimensional or multi-polar world. It's not that. It's, I am diversifying, let's say, responsibilities to other countries, like Rome was diversifying it when it no longer realized we don't have the capability of doing this on our own. We don't have the capabilities like it was in the 1980s. We've diminished our capabilities because we've spent 10 trillion, 15 trillion, whatever that trillion. We're 37 trillion dollars in debt. Can we really keep this up? Okay, we do want to keep it up, but we want to keep it up on the cheap. And so if we can get Europe involved, if we get Israel involved, if we can get so-and-so involved, I disagree with the Israel thing too. I agree with them that members of Congress, and maybe even Trump himself, at 3 a.m. between them and their gods, is probably not devoted. If they were devoted, you wouldn't have to give $100 million to get people elected and to keep paying these people, which is an overt fair charge. So I hope you get my point. Trump, I agree with you, is not eliminating this notion of primacy. I don't know if a US president could do that, to be frankly honest with you. He's not getting rid of NATO. He's not closing military bases. He's not engaging countries as equals. He is engaging it from a position as if he is a king and everybody else needs to bow. And if you don't bow, he tries to break you before acknowledging your strength and dealing with you on some level, even terms, even if the language is over the top and nonsensical. If Donald Trump was winning in Russia, he wouldn't be meeting with Putin. He'd be dictating the different things. If Donald Trump could master and beat China in the trade war, then Donald Trump wouldn't be punting on the trade war stuff. He has to deal with them on equal terms because they've demonstrated the fact that he has to deal with them on equal terms. Anybody else that he doesn't believe that he has to deal with on equal terms, he doesn't deal with on equal terms. I hope you get my point. That's not multipolarity, that is dominance, being exerted by a US president or the attempt to exert dominance with, on some level, the acknowledgement of reality of, okay, I need to pull back. Whether that's a bloodline issue, whether that's just being petty, and let's be honest, supremacist ideology that is typical in Western nations. I suppose it's that. But Obama was the same. Joe Biden was the same. Go back to any random president. They were the same. They might have had a velvet glove in the way that they engaged, but they were effectively the same. They were supremacists. I don't think they had to do with their bloodline. That was just who they were the moment that you take the mantle of a president. I could be wrong on Dan. Feel free to correct me if you think I'm wrong. MY or my, we often discount morality and ethics in our sophisticated discussions, and yet our civilization desperately needs serious deliberation on the application and the principles that underlies both. Agreed. But if you remember when Marianne Williamson was having these conversations about spiritual politics, everybody thought she was nuts. Who is this witch? Who is this kook who's talking about spirituality in regards to politics? I would say that our spiritual development is lagging behind our technological precision. Look, I think life is mechanical. And that may be me being the software engineer, fair enough, but I do think it's mechanical. We are driven by environmental influences. Our morality is dictated in many spaces by environmental conditions. It's not just is what it is. It's what does your society allow you to be? And as human beings, we come up with some kind of value set, some kind of idea of ethics based on what your society allows you to be. The more advanced your society gets, the more refined those ethics gets, because your environment allows you to be more refined. So I agree with you. We have this civilization where initially it's like, okay, we have labor, we have to do work, we have to protect ourselves, we have to get food, we have to get shelter, we have to get all of these things that are necessary for life. When you get a certain degree of technological development, though, that hand-in-mouth survival thing, where you're fighting for every crumb, should diminish. Instead, what we ended up doing was coming up with a mechanism of organizing our society based on scarcity. That system based on scarcity means you're going to have people who are poor. You're going to have people who are going to claw, fight, bite, kick, scratch, because at the end of the day, they're ultimately always vulnerable. They know that they're vulnerable, and that they know that they need to push and bite and kick and scratch in order to not be vulnerable. Meaning, you know that oblivion awaits if you lose your job, if you lose your source of income. There is no net. So you do what you need to do in order to maintain. Some people sell drugs. Some people go to prostitution. Some people rob banks or whatever. Add in any of these things. Some people are more so in line with society because they have a quirk in their nature or quirk in who they are that allows them to, let's say, benefit more in the way this economic system is organized than others. People are different. We run this spectrum. I'm trying to point out, though, that you have people who are living on the street. You have wars that are started for geopolitical expansion, and part of that geopolitical expansion is to be able to take what someone else has. Think of Iraq for the moment. Think of Trump saying we should have stolen oil. Think of when Trump goes into Syria, I'm keeping the oil. Think of the wealth that we were getting when we were trying to knock over Russia. Meaning, I agree with you, but it is very hard to institute ethics when you have a political system and an economic system that pushes against those ethics constantly. And part of the bias that is often unrepresented, even though it's there in everything that you do, is that success is on some level achieving X or Y, often monetarily, without any real care on how you achieve those ends. It's a society, it's a system that we're functioning in that makes that very difficult. And so I agree with you. I mean, there are things that your parents and everything else tries to instill in you, the things that your society tells you are good, but then you have to engage in an economic system that runs and cuts against all of that stuff. So yeah, ethics are important, but I don't know, society has to somehow organize itself in a way where those ethics are espoused and not necessarily continuously fought against. So agreed. Arlene Chambers. Thank you, Jamal. The conversation between you and KJ are so insightful. Knowledge is power. KJ is awesome. KJ is awesome. He is a great, great guest. Does KJ have an online history class? I don't know if he has an online history class, but you can definitely check him out on Breakthrough News. He has a show called The China Report, where if you like him here, you'll love him there. Definitely check him out. Breakthrough News is a huge network. KJ is one of the shows on the network. This is just a taste. He is awesome. He is awesome. I'm always amazed by the breadth of his knowledge, like the stuff that he can call to on a whim. And I enjoy those conversations with him. I enjoy those conversations. All right. I am going to end this. I'm going to end this. I'm going to be back in 45 minutes to have a conversation with Kim. I don't think I can close this and keep this link open, so I'm probably going to have to open up another one when she gets here. All right. You all have a fantastic day. This is going to be a very long night. I think the show is going 4 hours. Right. 4 hours. Where's my time? I don't see my time. Doesn't matter. You guys have a phenomenal day. I will see you, like I said, 45 minutes. And after that, I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. See you in a few, guys. Be safe. I'm trying to say, is there anything else? For some reason, there's something else in my mind. All right, I'm going to end this. Be safe. Be kind to the degree that you can be kind. I will see you in 45 minutes. Charles G., thank you. Appreciate it, man. I try.